to change that for himself. And I'm hoping when we see him tweet things like that, when he celebrates the small things that maybe people don't necessarily being the linchpin for Falcons in their off lane, Sumail having only recently moved, and I know he has done it in his career before, but only recently, 2 weeks before TEI qualifies, moved to the carry role. How does he stand the test against someone who is comfortable in his role, being someone and a player that has flip-flopped here and there, had mixed performances, and we ourselves don't know what is going to show up on the day?
I feel like when it comes to confidence battle, like you could not pick two better people, because Sumail, no matter like how
we need an ego meter.
No, that ego meter would break. Like,
it's immovable, unstoppable force type deal.
Genuinely is, and like, I mean, this guy he moved to carry recently, and we actually had the pleasure of talking to him on our podcast.
Similar thing, and I don't know if there's ever been a player quite like Sumail besides Amar in terms of that confidence. I was walking by Amar in lunch today. I said hello, and he said, "I will first pick Necrophos," and I said,
"Shouldn't ask."
All right, brother, you do you.
You love it, man. They're just putting everything out there that they possibly can, but we should also acknowledge the fact that
Five seconds remaining.
Team Falcons turn to ban.
chest, they're honest, they're open, and I mean, I think they're ready. They're both ready to play here.
It feels like a familiar matchup, despite the fact we haven't actually seen these two teams come up against each other very often. Whether you want to coin it as an ego battle, whether it's a draft battle, all I know is we're in store for one of the best of threes here for our first day of TI 15.
Team Falcons turn to battle.
10 seconds remaining.
We've already had two of our lower seeded teams come into today and create those upsets. If you're looking at this matchup, maybe you're wondering which team I'm referring to here. Falcons come in as the lower seed up against a dominant group stage Nigma Galaxy who went 4-1. And so I wonder, is their group stage performance going to be another one that
Yeah, no, 100%. It's an incredibly hard balance to strike, and I think he hits it. He's somehow farm, but also is everywhere stunning you. I don't think anyone has ever done it like him from mid, actually. Maybe I think back to S4 or something, but not since S4 can I think of another mid that has played tempo in the pure essence of the way Malrine does it. The Nature's Prophet, I think, is interesting response to Centaur in that, in a lot of ways, Stampede is very good against Nature's Prophet because you just run at this guy. He doesn't like people getting on him. He has no escape mechanisms. But at the same time, these trees are very strong right now. They do a ton of damage to heroes. So there's a world where you can beat this guy up in lane, and sure, he's Stampede.
And one with it.
Yeah, it's definitely an option for them. And I also like when you see the Centaur, you pick these two fighters. Like the fact that this hero is slow, I think is one of the biggest things about this hero. The build has drastically changed. This hero scales insanely well. He's not some blink bot that he used to be. He's kind of a carrier from the offlane, and so picking two really fast heroes in response, heroes that are low cooldown, high tempo, I think that is conceptually what you want against this guy, because you want to speed the game up and abuse the fact that they've got two carries.
Also, speaking of concepts, I feel like it's important to touch on Falcons. They follow this idea of, like, we want to create a draft where none of our heroes die. They always look for these very tanky heroes. They try to find ways to play the game without dying, I think. Like, they want to have heroes that are hard to kill. And you see here, they're further trying to do that. You have the Shadow Demon that has a disruption for a save. You have Mirana, which is a very tricky support to kill. Snaking likes to push out a lot of creep waves, and he likes to be very aggressive on the waves. So Mirana's a great hero for that. You can get away pretty easily. And I feel like for Nigma, they're going to have to try to break that. It's kind of a similar thing we saw in the last game with like the damage issues that Liquid had. I think Falcons are going to try to create the same thing.
While we are waiting for Nigma Galaxy's pick, by the way, I think a worthy mention is the Dazzle ban. More often than not, bans just fall to the wayside. It isn't so much as an enticing or an exciting ban, but this Dazzle one is, because it is so bread and butter for Nigma Galaxy in their 8-game win streak that they ended up getting in group stage.
It's very much a GH specialty hero, and the thing about GH teams is that he is so respected by his enemies that if you look at Falcons bans, there are 4 of his heroes that are banned on here. It's his 5 Dazzle, his 5 Wyvern, his IO, and his Coddle. And they're not afraid of the potential IO flex. It is GH usually on this IO. They're terrified of him. Even all of these years later after his TI win, he's still getting target banned. What the heck is that?
He is built different. He's also just always ranked 20 or 30 for like 10 years. I don't even know how it's possible. And that is crazy.
That's an Elder Titan. Okay, so Elder Titan, when I think of this hero, I love playing it. It's amazing. So fun.
Even in this patch?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I actually, when I was reading the patch notes, I was like, this hero kind of has some stuff, but he just doesn't really make sense in any of the games, because he has this aura that reduces magic damage, like magic armor, and amplifies essentially whatever magic damage you deal, makes it better. So generally, you want to run it with some sort of spirits or some sort of heroes where like you can make that guy super strong. And you want to play it against heroes that don't have high.
That is what's best against Huskar. Really well, like a Shadow Demon who can get Ags and pick off his passives, he doesn't heal. You want to kill this guy and offer threat on him, because your mid lane is going to have a hard time, whatever it is, and you're going to get shut down. And so now they have 2 supports that are sort of stable and don't really do those ganks. Then there's, you know, the Malrine Huskar, and he's the best player at this hero by, it's not even close. It's unbelievable how good he is at this hero compared to everyone else.
Don't let ATF hear you say that, though.
It's true. I think Amar would hype his boy up and agree with me too.
You think so?
I think so.
You think you'd give him the crown?
Nah, maybe not. Not with Huskar.
Close, almost though.
I mean, he was beating mid Vipers with Huskar. Like, if you're winning against Vipers as a Huskar player, you're elite. You're the cream of the crop, for sure. And in this game, it feels like he's going to have free reign to just farm. Like, any kind of move that's made on him, as Quinn mentioned, will be hard, but there's also the counterplay from his SD plus Mirana combination.
Don't let the Huskar win rate fool you, okay, everyone? This Huskar has been first picked, like opening draft pick, many times through group stages. It gives a lot of heroes, a lot of potential for teams through counter to come up with a recipe for success against it. So the win rate, whilst yes, looking very dire,
I think you can't look at it at all, because like
ignore it, throw it out the window.
There's Huskar and then there's Malrine Huskar.
Yep.
It's in a tier of its own.
Yep.
And I will say he has bled during this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
He
definitely has.
actually lost. And I feel like, I don't know the exact stats for this, but he does not lose on Huskar. Generally speaking, I feel like he just never loses on the hero. So I think they also, this is a different position, right? They get to pick it 4th, they get to see the support matchups, they get to see everything. So it's not like he's playing it into a draft that's fully constructed to beat him.
Yeah, it's a very, very different scenario. And I'm curious to see what they counterpick it with. Huskar's biggest strength, as everybody knows who's ever laned against it, is his laning is disgusting. I think there's borderline no heroes in the entire game that can beat him in lane. And so really your goal is to just survive. What can live through the lane? Nature's Prophet is something that people have tried in the past to laning against Huskar. I don't think it works. He kind of just kills your tree super fast, and then what comes shortly after is he kills you. So you need something else. Lina is banned. It's one of the classic responses. Viper is the best one by far. Both of these are out. And so what does Lornoff have of his pocket to actually deal with this? Because it's a lot harder than you'd think, even when you see him.
What about Sniper? Or is it too hard to play as a versus SD Mirana? They're going to move to the mid lane too easily.
Yeah, it's not only that, but it's also the Centaur. You're playing in Stampede. So so much like you have to play perfect to be able to play Sniper. And I think Mallory would also maybe even win the lane. But it is like one of the heroes that can lane.
So one of the things that's gotten, like Huskar's gotten weaker over the past year is that he's not as dominant of a scaler as I feel like he was back when Malrine used to just beat everybody with it, no matter matchups. The scaling of the hero has gotten worse. So like, I think you have angles now where you can try to play some lanes to draw, but have a better scaling situation. But again, for me, it ties back to the supports. You have Elder Titan, who kind of wants a spirit. This hero really thrives off of like amplifying a Storm or an Ember, or having something like that to play with. And Darkseer kind of falls into the same category. And Huskar is just like, nah, you can't do that. You can't do that against me. So for Nigma, I think this is a really tricky pick. You have to try to find something that makes your draft tie together.
Yeah, the one game that Malrine lost with Huskar this tournament, he lost to Tops and Windranger, so potentially they're looking at that and saying, okay, that could be decent. Now, you will not win the lane, but you have good answers for him in the mid game, right? You press focus fire on the guy and you just shoot him and he can't shoot you back. So there's a lot of, there's good dynamics there apart from the lane. But it's tricky for Nigma because they want a melee hero to enable their Darkseer. They want, like you said, they want that spirit. So they're being forced to grief their own draft so they can lane.
Falcons created a huge draft issue for them too by picking the Sven as well, because there's nothing for the Sven in Nigma's draft. There's no BKB piercing disable. It's a very strong lane against Darkseer because he can just cleave through the waves, and it's going to have an incredible BKB timing where he's not threatened by anything, and they're going to be able to take every objective. So it's, do you answer the Sven or do you answer the Huskar? And Nigma have said, we're just going to pick a hero, we're going to pick a carry-to-carry matchup that can scale, and Lornoff's just laning against Huskar.
I don't know if Falcons are just baiting me into like thinking it, but they're not picking who's on Centaur or Huskar right now, even though they know Sumail's playing Lifestealer.
Oh, you're right.
And Lornoff is picking Nature's Prophet. I could be getting baited here.
No, it's very possible. This is not a bait. They're considering it.
Yeah?
The Lifestealer Elder Titan will get obliterated by Huskar in lane.
But what's the Centaur Nature's Prophet matchup then? Are you willing to sack
They
that?
did it. Your good call.
Wow. Wow.
No,
I think
Centaur does well against Prophet, I think.
Yeah, I think you'll draw at a minimum. You have potential to even win the lane because he's hitting you and you just retaliate him back. You're so tanky, so much regen. Mir talked about it earlier in the draft, but Malrine is willing to play this hero. He is sort of the stun goat from mid. This is an interesting twist, and one that I think could really heavily punish Nigma early. These lanes, there's a lot of potential to get run over early, and when Falcons runs you over early, they tend to keep their foot.
Or is it enough that from the off lane, we won't necessarily hit that timing? We could still see so much of what he is good at for a hero shine?
I think we touched on it in the previous series. When you play mid, you have to have some sort of tempo. And now he can just happily click creeps forever, because that's what you do on the offlane. So I think it kind of, he's going to fix the scaling issue by being given more time to just hit creeps, where he doesn't have to tempo, he doesn't have to find these moves. Malrine's going to do it from the Centaur. So I really like what Falcons cooked up.
Yeah, I think while this switch up of having the Nature's Prophet mid is good for Nigma, I think that the scaling is still not good enough. Even though Nature's Prophet is going to be able to farm where he wouldn't have versus Huskar, I still think Sven's going to have free reign in this game, and the Shadow Demon Mirana are going to move very freely as well. They're going to be making a lot of moves, getting a lot of early game kills.
So how do we see an avenue potentially for Nigma Galaxy to have a foot in the door, to be able to take advantage of a potential downfall of Falcons?
I think Lornoff needs to overperform in this lane, and we need the stars to align a little bit because I think Falcons have done a really good job here, and we need some magic.
Well, some stars are aligning. It might not be necessarily in the draft, but someone who curated that draft, it's Tsunami and Kuro.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by Kuroki, where Falcons, they're throwing you a lot of curveballs. So first, they pick up a Huskar, and then they say, oh, it's actually an off-lane Huskar, and it's a mid-lane Centaur. How's your team dealing with that?
We are ready for that.
Oh, really? Okay, how about just the Huskar itself? Were you ready for that?
I hope so.
So then was the idea send Lornoff mid-Nature's Prophet, and then either one we'll deal with? Either it's the mid-Huskar or the mid-Centaur?
Yeah, we're ready to match the Husker, and hopefully it works out.
Okay. I want to ask you about your momentum into this tournament. So, group stage, you guys did exceptional, and then I think that 2-0 against Team Spirit really convinced everyone that this Nigma roster knows what it's doing extremely well. We were here last year, though, and the journey ended in top 8. So I'm wondering, how's your confidence levels from last year compared to this year?
I think we got top 6.
Top 6, you're right, my bad.
It's all right. We're confident, but whatever comes, we're just grateful to be here. Very happy. Yeah, it's just enjoying life.
Is there any extra motivation with Sumail? Suppose that this might be my final TI?
Well, let's see if it's truly his final TI. But
Let's see, and let's also see how this game 1 goes. Good luck, Kuroki.
The reigning champions, Team Falcons, return to another TI. Here they are. They are the longest running roster in Dota history. And here, in what could be their last tournament, they look to make history once again. Only 3 TI champions have returned the next year to be able to claim a podium finish, and none of them are from the modern era. Falcons looks to change that, Avery.
The irony is they're against one of the guys who did it early on in Sumail. TI5, TI6 EG is one of the last remaining players from a double podium finish. He knows what it takes to get there. He also knows how difficult it is. We're looking at 10 years since his first TI win, in perhaps his last run, so he claims, to try and get the second ring that he wants so badly. There is so much history in this match. So many brothers who have played with each other between these squads, right? Sumail's longest running teammate is against him in this match with Crit. ATF, he just said brothers against brothers on the stage. He played with Nigma Galaxy in the season before. These guys know each other so well over so many games, so many years. You better hope that knowledge pays off.
I love the Amar Sumail matchup. You know, like Amar in the game has already said, you know, this is the first time we played on stage together. They didn't get to do it when they were teammates. You know, they never got that opportunity. They didn't have that success. But now, as opponents, they do get that chance. And two members who have also gravitated to the carry role at some point in time in their career. Amar did have that stint where he was playing carry, said it's easy to be carry. Sumail very recently says it really doesn't take much to play carry in modern Dota nowadays. Well, they're going to put that to the test.
I will say one of those stints was not like the other. You know, we're not going to name names, but you're hoping you come out on the better side of it, because a lot of players have moved to that carry role and had to be unsuccessful for them, right? It's not as easy as it looks. This role is never as easy as it looks. And Sumail, he's trying to prove himself in a different way here on a squad that he has fought for a long time on. This Nigma squad has just been together for so long. I mean, I think back to how long GH and Kuroki have been together. You know, there was a time where I remember Eternal Envy wanted to pick up this young pub star GH. He was a mid-Magnus, mid-Naga player back in the day. And we said, like, is this guy that good? And guess what? Kuroki picked him up instead, and they won TI that year. So yeah, this guy is that damn good. He's still a menace, still getting so many bans for his hero pool. It's disgusting. You can never count these guys out there. Always poised, always ready to deliver. And this is a new squad with some new faces, ready to prove themselves on the biggest stage in the world. This is going to be a match, especially up against Falcons. You already look at this game 1 draft. There is so much meat to get through in this Falcons lineup. So many tanky heroes, so many 3-4K HP pools are going to come out in this game with a Moonlight Shadow behind them, with the disruption behind them. You need to be able to output damage to deal with that. You need to get through the lane stage. We're already seeing double lane swap come out. You put the Centaur mid, trying to get this Huskar Lifestealer matchup. No, Sumail, he's a mid player. You go mid. I'm going to play mid Lifestealer.
That's right.
That's the flexibility you have right here.
All right, so so Nigma Galaxy wants the matchup mid that they got.
Yes.
But our panel already talked about, like, Huskar is not a bad matchup against Furion, right?
I think it's better for him mid, though. I think in the side lane, you're splitting the XP. You don't want to necessarily put the Huskar on the side lane unless you know he's going to dominate that lane really hard. He's not going to dominate the Furion here. Even ET can do some damage against this hero with the level 2 Spirit timing on the level 3. So you do have to be a little more careful up here as Falcons. They did not want this to happen, basically. I guess the one upside is I'd say the Centaur's a better mid than Lifestealer. Lifestealer's not doing anything for you out of the mid lane.
No.
He's just farming. He's going to maybe switch lanes at some point. You could I guess you get a faster infest online.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen some of these life stealers from the carry role go for that early infest onto a creep and make a move with it. Maybe there's some play that the life stealer can make. Snaking, a little bit of trouble here. Starstorm, but that's going to be a vacuum back into a first blood as Omar gets the block for Divide to line up the hit.
That's super nice. First blood on a Darkseer, extra gold, going to push you into that Helmet Dominator. I was just about to say, if you get levels on the Darkseer, maybe this life stealer can make some extra moves in this game. Like, there's some really nice early synergy there. Ion Shell plus Surge. Suddenly, Sumail can just run in there, or he runs in with the creep. Best bomb out. You get shelled, you get Surge. There's a lot more to the fight for this life stealer than just him on an island. And you always have that Furion to connect on top, which, I mean, we got to mention at the start of the series. Has Lornoff had the highest potential of any mid player this season? Some of the games this guy has carried as the greatest stand-in of all time, and now a permanent member of the squad is just ridiculous. So if he gets a 4-0, 5-0 start on this Furion and he starts cooking, this game's going to be tough for Falcons.
And it does look like Nigma Galaxy is already getting the better of the lanes. If you like the lane switch up better for Nigma Galaxy, and we already see them getting a first blood for Darkseer and getting the extra golden experience, then you gotta favor them for this early game, right?
I like the switch up. I think they got the better of it. Kuroki was very confident in that interview. I don't think they were caught off guard. I think they were well aware of this potential swap. You always need to think about the Maureen ATF Flex Heroes, which is basically their entire pool, right? These guys hold 9 records for like the most played heroes in professional Dota across their hero pool. They have the record for the most level 30 heroes. If you're not aware of it by now, you should have been. Yeah, and this is that flex potential they always have. So I think Nigma were ready for it. I like the lane swap. The only downside for them is they don't get that super fast solo level Furion out of mid, which I think is a little scarier for how they like to play. But it's perfectly fine here to play this hero in the safe.
Yeah, I was about to say, a mid life stealer, like surely Falcons are happy with a slow mid hero that's not going to be running over their side lanes. If the game goes slow, it's usually Falcons' favor.
I would agree. They just want to farm up. They want to get fat on all their heroes. They have a lot of core potential. You know, 5 or 6 slots across all 3 of these 3 meaty boys is going to go a long way. Yeah. So they're not afraid of playing a slow game. Just a question of how much Nigma Galaxy can speed it up. And I think that'll be the MO of this series. I think Nigma are going to want to play a little faster, get a little more done in the early game, synergize their heroes, connect, make some moves.
Maureen, I was just about to praise him for getting such great CS. 1911, Centaur's very good at doing that. Mid lane Centaur, I felt like, is near impossible to stop getting great CS. Omar is going to go for a bit of a dive here. Devi also pressures Snaking, but it's just a poke. They're not really going in for anything.
Always have to think about these Furion rotations a little later on. Doesn't have to teleport yet, but between that level 4 to 6 is where this lineup can really pick up. Mid's your dead lane this time around if you're Nigma Galaxy. That's kind of the same for both teams. The Centaur's not going to offer much more here other than early Stampede.
Ornoff getting low. Amar trying to gun for the kill. The Shadow Poison popped. The Burning Spears, but they feed him the Lotus. GH comes out of the disruption just in time, but the Poison still takes him out alongside the Burning Spears. That's just too much damage over time.
Very close trade. We got an early Ash Legion shield on GH as well. We have some early neutral item. Should have won you this trade, but the boots plus quelling on Amar is just able to get the chase down, and he calls him old.
Oh, Maureen has already taken to his teammates Amar's ult chat. Falcons, well known for a bit of BM, young and playing Cent mid. Yeah, that's actually an appropriate response. Like, what are you doing playing Centaur mid? Back in Sumail's day, he was playing 16 years old playing Invoker mid in Storm Spirit.
Not the flashiest hero.
No.
Sumail. I don't know if I would ever imagine Sumail being the player to be called old on the TI main stage.
Yep.
That makes me feel really old.
Yep.
Sitting here watching that. But he does have a point. He's one of the older players now.
Yep. Not just when it comes to his career and how long he's been playing Dota and attending TIs, but he's actually feeling the age. That's why he's, thought about retirement for this TI. Though he has said very clearly, if he wins it, you gotta go for the third.
I can't imagine Dota without Sumail, so we'll keep seeing him around. Vi, CS leader, trying to do a little back laning.
That'll be chased away.
Yeah, they do not want this to happen. You do not want an ultra farm Darkseer in this game. who can provide some utility and boost up these other two cores.
Gotta be careful, this support duo. Got him on the disruption after the surge. That leaves Divine nowhere to run. He's just gonna try and get the neutral deny, vacuums the neutrals 2 wins, try and get the tentacles. It would have been a really sick play, but Crit still gets the last hit.
Gotta take advantage of the space elsewhere.
Go for it. Stampede running down Lorinov. This is not what they expected whatsoever. A 2-man stop from Maureen to set up the kill. They kill Lorinov together.
That was a sick read from Maureen. And this is what the panel talked about. He's arguably, the best stunner tempo creator from mid we've seen in a long, long time. The stats back it up. This guy makes the most out of weird situations you just don't expect. That is not a TP kill Nigma Galaxy are even thinking of. You see the supports go bottom. You're thinking you have free reign on this top lane, and all of a sudden it's a Centaur counter ganking you out of mid.
Yep.
Okay, you gotta write that one off and just move on.
And what's Sumail's response? He's a mid-life stealer. Like, what are you expecting him to do? Counter TP?
Call him old in the chat, and that's about all you got.
Yep, that's all you got.
Definitely set this Furion back. Lorinov is not having a fun time in this laning stage. Poorest core by far. That's some pressure put on him. He's had to lane against the Huskar. He's going to have to find a way to recover off of the team fights. Try and get this Nature's Wrath up as soon as possible. This is the biggest thing. You debilitate the Furion levels. Wrath comes online later. He farms his way back a little later. He can't boost up the other lanes as quickly. You buy yourself so much extra time in this game.
Yeah, Crit is being an absolute nuisance. He's not even letting Lorinov hit some of those neutrals behind the tower.
So annoying. Disruption into harass. Now you have to waste it.
Even threatening to kill him with the shadow poisons. Now, it's probably not going to be enough here, Crit. Ooh, it was actually pretty damn close, but unable to finish the job, and Lorinov gets some much-needed experience, even as his jungling is slowed down. He is a level and a half behind Amar.
A little bit of a gap has opened up. There's also just buying a lot of space for, again, 3 cores on the side of Falcons that are all farming. Helma Dominator is going to be done here for the Centaur. The Sven's free farming bottom, and that Huskar has an empty lane top. So you're giving a lot of lane freedom here, the Falcons. Seeing a lot of this laning phase, and are going to have to make it up elsewhere. Well, he's taking mid tower with an amp damage.
Yeah, he's no Dragon Knight, but because of the amp damage rune, he is chipping away at that mid tower. So
I'll be really curious to see if he tries to make moves or join anything early with this mid life stealer. It seems super awkward to do. You can maybe make that creep infest play.
And imagine it goes wrong, right? You slow down your Radiance, you're going to be like, oh man, I've just compounded the issue here.
I think you might just want to treat it as if you're a Necrophos or something.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to play my game, get a Radiance, and then we can maybe start doing Slane and I can bring people back to this game. Yeah, if he's given an empty lane mid. It's pretty hard to turn down empty solo XP plus runes.
Yeah, he's like, where are you at, Maureen?
He's creeps mid. That's where he's at.
Yep.
Dragging waves.
Trying to stop these Helma Dom creep shenanigans.
It's so slippery, so annoying, man.
Omar with the surge, Ion Shell going after Amar.
That's
trying to close that gap, unfortunately doesn't quite connect.
Trying to get this Huskar before the arm lane comes out. Nice idea. It'll at least be space for Lorinov in the jungle, and Wrath of Nature online here in 1 creep. So you have that spell to play with now if you're Nigma.
He denies the regen rune, finally gets hunted down by battery assault from Omar. They kill the Helma Dom creep. But Maureen, I mean, he farmed so many neutral camps during that, and the creep wave will now push into him, or into Crit rather, who's collecting the experience, trying to get level 6, would be much needed against a Darkseer lifetime. I mean, this is a very value Demonic Purge game, that's for sure.
It is a tremendous.
Actually managed to get the stomp here on Sumail, though nothing's going to come of this. Still no level 6.
They're not going to put any attention in this life stealer. They don't threaten him. He's not their biggest priority. You want to shut down the Furion early, and then if anything, nice. Let's pressure this tower though with the boys. Artificial Summoner doing a lot of work in these games.
That's right. Rally it up.
Nice little raking speed.
Sumail might be able to threaten Maureen a little bit, but he can't really stop this push that's coming in. They have no AoE clear whatsoever. Best they get is a deny. Let's see if they're able to snag that one as the glyph is going to go away. Maureen, Helma Dom creep is going to die. They go for the deny. Oh, they didn't get it. What?
They missed the creep last hit and the tower last hit.
Oh,
I mean, that's where you drop another uld, right? You got
go
back to the all jump. I was about to say, how is GH level 7? What on earth?
Well, Lorinov doesn't want to lane anymore.
I know, but this is a ridiculously high level ET. He already had level 3 in the Echo Stomp plus the Earth Splitter. Not a bad spell in this game. This is kind of a nice ET game against effectively triple melee core with all these heroes going in.
Yep.
The SD is a little annoying, but there's no real hard save for your setup. You can stomp 2 or 3 heroes and throw an Earth Splitter in there. It's going to do some work. It's also not a bad matchup against Huskar. You can kind of sleep him, set up the damage. Earth Splitter does a huge amount of physical and just chunk him down. I always felt this matchup was kind of nice. Huskar always goes into you2. If he leaps on somebody and you stomp him on the leap in, it resets the fight. You have a lot of counterplay after that, so GH can do a lot of work in this game, and honestly, I think he is historically the best the best ET player in the world.
That's quite praise coming from you. Ooh, sneaky move. Divine managed to get the backing back mid-leap. However, his lane partner, Omar, whiffs the hook shot and missed the kill.
I'd like to see Nigma kind of group up for some sneaky play here to get the ball rolling, especially just to bring the Furion in the game with Wrath and Nature on cooldown. You have a lot of these little combinations with marks here. There
the HTP away, but the Demonic Purge plus Fire Spears. That's too much damage, even if he could get back to Fountain.
That's a lot of experience. High-level ET going down.
Arrow, good try. Trying to sneak in a stomp on Sumail and then combo it with the arrow. Doesn't work.
I think the one play you can make now, you have hook shot. You can shell this Clockwork, you can even infest them and just hookshot this Centaur around mid, bring the Furion in and collapse, kill this mid tower. I don't think the other 2 cores from Falcons would want to respond to a move like that. But I think you want to start to disrupt. Control. It's not an ultimately free Sven game. I'm just worried about the overall accumulation here. This is for you to deal with. They start forcing objectives. You have to take some fight. Maybe you don't have the same timing to match them. The game gets really weird really quickly. And we're seeing this ramp up considerably. It's going to be early Hurricane Pipe for ATF. More kiting. More ability to lock onto the damage while maybe maintaining a gap around the other 2 melee cores.
Right, he's got to try and challenge the Furion, but keep away from the Lifestealer in fights.
I think this is what this is designed to do.
Right, trying to sneak something here, but will be caught by Omar. Nice hook shot into Cogs. And thought it was going to guarantee this the kill here. Earth Splitter goes out. Creep managed to dodge that one as well. Demonic Purge, they saw him down with a blood grenade. They will finally collect the kill. Goodness, I mean, Cogs into Stomp felt free, but it actually forced them to chase so far. They're going to get a trade-off, maybe even 2. As Omar comes in, he'll go after Omar, who gets up to the high ground. Cogs pushing him back.
A lot of burn.
Ticking low, ticking down, and he dies.
It's not worth it on that move, and instant TP top with the newly minted Blink from all range. He instantly puts to use. These little plays the Centaur can really make a big difference in this game. Starting to look a little concerning for Nigma Galaxy. The game's not in a terrible state yet, but you can definitely feel the net worth starting to ramp up here.
Yeah.
And it's these tier 1 standing up. This is another issue with the Furion going safely and getting punished in that Huskar matchup. Your tempo around these tier 1s is a lot slower than if you had that 1v1 mid where he can rotate around and the moves become a lot more natural.
Yeah, mid Furion gets level 6, level 7. He teleports to a side lane. He's the baddest guy in the game, right? And like nobody wants to challenge him. A side lane Furion's like, whatever, man. Like we're the same level. Who cares?
He just lost too much XP in that lane. Another TP out from GH. He'll survive that one. Even a little information space. We are closing in on that Sumail raid, so it's going to be a solid timing here.
And that presumably Nigma Galaxy are going to make big moves.
You got to do something.
Like there's no way they're just going to camp out and farm more, right?
No, it has to be an infest play, either Clockwork, some surge target. And again, look for some fight around one of these tier 1s where the Furion can collapse in. You get a team fight into that objective and start to snowball the map a little bit. Definitely working on these Dom creeps, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes if these Clockworks are like, man, maybe I should put more levels in Battery Assault just to try and kill these Helmet Dom creeps better. Oh! Grid trying to get in front of him, lands a hook shot. Beautifully done by Lornoff. Whoopsies! pushing him away with the cogs allows the stampede. Okay, never mind. Struck down by Lornoff with the global presence.
Efficient kill. Furion's recovering. His hero will always recover as long as he's not getting gone on. So some early deaths set you back. Now you get some revenge. And the Radiance for the Lifestealer is done. So Nigma Galaxy can start to look for some more aggressive moves of their own. Assuming you're not getting jumped on.
Has to instantly teleport away, and it's still going to be a close call. 21 charges will keep him away from death.
You'd be able to make a move off that. Because again, you know these Falcons heroes are pretty static right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can't afford for them to just keep soaking up all this map between the neutrals that they're farming, the tier 1 towers that they're taking.
This Centaur Dom has done work in this game.
Oh, stops right as the Sven jumps in. Happy coincidence there for Divide, but
might just
still
be a
tier 1. Lamar, best pop out, trying to go up for the fast kill here. It's not super fast. In fact, Omar's going to die for it.
Well worth it.
Dominating kill streak, though, for Stamale, so he gets his Radiance, immediately finds a big kill, 500 gold to him.
That's exactly what you wanted. Kill one of these static farmers on the side lane. No one's going to respond to this play. You just got to bring the numbers to do it. You even got the tower denied bottom with the Darkseer. So nice little gold swing going your way there.
The panel talked about Falcons' style, how they want to be able to limit their deaths as much as possible, make it as hard as possible for you to be able to kill them. And it's not that they're trying to go completely deathless, right? In situations like that, it just means you have to throw so many resources to kill one of us, and then guess what? Everybody else is farming.
They will never respond to a move like that. They understand when they're in farm mode. They understand when they're in fight mode. They're always going to play the map as efficiently as possible. You also have to be worried about these supports mopping up some of the extra waves. They sneakily get very farmed in these games where nothing's happening.
Yeah.
They're not going to waste their time. They're hitting creeps. This is a team coached by AU at 2000. Like, they're not messing around when it comes to the farming efficiency.
We can probably see that from the gold gain in these last few minutes is no matter how much the Furion might be getting out of the map, Sven probably outpacing him. Mirana going to be outpacing the other two supports on the enemy side for sure. And even Crit is staying ahead in net worth by a solid amount.
Another reason to go and look for plays. Instant smoke up. They're going to infest the clockwork. I think this is the easiest connection to try and make here and try and open up the map. You'd really like the Sven off this play if he's still lingering in this bottom lane.
Yeah, they do not want to be killing Snake King here, but it might
really
be the only hero they have a chance to do so. They're just going to take the fast kill and try and go for the tower.
It's fine. You have to kill whoever's down here. You want it to be Sven, you'll take the Mirana. This will open up a tier 1. Lornoff needs some of these lanes to go in a little deeper. It's part of the advantage of having Furion is you can create some lane pressure innately. All the tier 1s are standing, it really limits your efficacy. A nice little connection. Gets glyphed on the bottom tower, but I think it's still dead here. Falcons, no interest in defending this. They're closing in on Skeeter's BKB, which is ridiculously fast here.
It's a 19.5-minute tier 1 safe lane tower, and they still have 2 more tier 1s. Like, Falcons got to be living kind of the dream right now. They're not that far ahead in net worth, but it kind of implies the game is it's going to guarantee that they have more and more time to farm.
Look at Skeeter's CS. I mean, what is this? Almost 320 minutes? That is just an absolute free lane. So it's going to be a really fast BKB. They're going hard on the other 2 cores, by the way.
Of course,
we talked about how they like their tanky boys. Yeah. Why not tank it up even more? I guess it's good you have Lifestealer in this game.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you tank up so much that it's too much for even Lifestealer to handle?
Well, you're just adding extra feast damage. Good for Sumail. He sees these hearts. He's just licking his lips. Oh, yeah. My passive's getting better by the minute.
Yeah. Same goes with the Burst Splitter. But that is kind of where the buck stops, right? You've got 2 percentage-based damage dealers. So, see if it takes them far enough. 5,000 net worth lead for Falcons, and trying to sneak a Roshan here, but it's going to be read by Nigma Galaxy. So, the fight is definitely coming. And Falcons, are you actually going to try and stick it? But they're going to dare Nigma Galaxy to stop them from doing this Roshan. They're going to try and intercept them as they smoke into play here. Smoke's going to break on the Helmet Dom creep. Amar is outside of the pit.
They want the fight more than the Rosh. They know how strong they are right now.
Really trying to bait him in. They spot GH. Amar doesn't get the opportunity.
Oh, we got silent.
Clouds with the Hurricane Pipe. They push away for the Centaur. Still trying to go for that kill. Sumail's looking for the infest. Doesn't have to pop it right away. And they killed the Huskar with a jump in from Omar. And then Burnoff with a big Wrath of Nature. They actually managed to get the kill. They got baited. And thinking they could actually burst down the Lifestealer.
That's a really funny cosmetic.
It is.
Just to point that out. That's the ET Huskar matchup. Before you have BKB, he just annihilates you. And after that fight, ATF instantly switch from the heart to the BKB.
Yeah.
He knows. Like, you cannot play this matchup without it. You just get slept into chunk down. There has to be a disruption there, and if there's not, you're just going to get obliterated. So, nice little defensive fight from Nigma. You don't get Roche off that. I wonder if they even knew how low the Roche was. It's healing up right now.
If they knew, do you think they actually tried to get it?
The Roche,
like a third HP.
The Roche is just so bad at this point in the game. Need a little more physical DPS between the two cores.
Right.
I think they're fine with that though. You've really stabilized this game. You've mitigated the potential damage that Falcons were building towards, and bought yourself a lot of time here. And you also don't need as much farm on your support duo to function well. Clock ET, you don't need much, right? You just need boots, tank up a little bit, and you're gonna be able to have a lot of impact in the fights.
Okay, you gotta explain that further, because they got one kill. They lowered the net worth by like 2,000, but Falcons is still up 3K. Why was that such a big move to you?
If Falcons get a kill there, win that fight, they finish Roshan. This lead's gonna be 7 to 9K, and you're gonna have a tough time pushing lanes out or finding another pickoff, because the hearts are gonna come out. Some hero's gonna have Aegis. This Sven is gonna start running into you because the momentum feels a little bit better for them. That just
so Falcons was so, in your mind, so favored for that fight. There was a potential of growth that would have been explosive, but instead, Nigma managed to parry that, stop it in its tracks, and have a chance to be able to.
It was a really big kill momentum-wise in terms of Falcons progressing this game. Now they're going to have to look for that same fight again off the back of Skeeter's farm.
Mars Smoke's gonna break, trying to go for the hook shot, ends up going to the neutrals. Run, little Clockwork, run!
Is he alive?
He's actually maybe gonna, oh, the arrow stops him. What could have been.
That was almost the greatest escape of all time.
It really was. The pickoff does lead to Falcons going back to that Roshan pit.
Oh, nice.
Nigma Galaxy. Yeah, nice stomp. That'll slow him down just a little bit further.
God Strength running out.
With only 4 heroes.
Falcons can't do this. Not with God Strength running out. Very hard to force the Roche against the Elder Titan.
Okay.
This pick is proving its worth in this game for sure. And GH, he has been on point too.
So because they stopped them the first time, now they've kind of stopped them a second time. And now, like, you can't do it as Falcons. You're gunning into the time where Roshan's going to swap to the other side.
Yep. And this is all time for the Furion.
Yeah.
The Furion
5,000 gold in the last 5 minutes.
He is soaking up the lanes.
1,000 GPM for Lornoff in this window of time.
Nigma are really happy with the last 5 minutes or so here. This Roshan could have done a lot more for Falcons. Instead, they got stymied on 2 moves. Not happy about that. Got to get the next round of items up and then try and either just force the objective straight up or play the map a little bit more, which their lineup is, it's not the greatest at doing. I think it'll get better over time, the more the Centaur becomes a threat. Just gonna start progressing objectives. A little bit easier over 1 here. And no snipe, shard to crit. That's super nice here. You get a little cleanse action. Yeah. Not the greatest cleanse game, but hey, it's free.
Is anything on their side cleansable? Is Stomp not cleansable, dispellable? No, it's strong dispel only.
I don't think it's really doing anything here.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, maybe that was one of the worst cleanses we've seen. It's still
it's still a heal.
Yeah, it's still such a good demonic purge game. I don't think you mind too much.
Sure.
Especially if you ever land on the Lifestealer. Oh, that's true. Smoke from Nigma.
Breaks on already. They spot a hook shot. And you know, take down this big old Centaur. They're trying to slow him down, but the Stampede has gotten far enough away, and the jump in from Skeeter quickly kills Divide. Now he's got a kite back against Sumail. Wants to go for the squishier heroes. Now Amar's next up. Disruption. Sumail's getting kited, but he doesn't have the defense to get out of here. He's just going to be chains done and out. Falcons couldn't find their win on the Radiant side. Rochambeau will find it on the other side. It's quad kill for Falcons. Skeeter picks up 3 of them.
That's the dream for Falcons. You want to jump our tankiest hero who does the least damage and set the entire fight up on great jumps for our other 2 damage dealing cores. By all means, we will happily oblige. Nigma Galaxy, they bit the bait too much there. Just not the target you want to run into. I'm not even sure how he dies there, to be honest, unless you just full commit, vacuum, wall, Fury on TP aggressively. And they were tentative to do all that.
And there's no way that's a winning team fight
no.
for Nigma, right? Because, I mean, you'll have nothing left to deal with the Huskar, nothing left to deal with the Sven. Although, almost has a Daedalus, by the way.
He's so farmed.
He's
putting in work. And ATF, he'll switch back to the heart now that he got an Aegis.
Now that we're winning the game.
Yeah, now that I got my Roshan, okay, I'll go for the, the bigger payoff item over the long run. Just gonna tank up. This build is always a little weird on Huskar because it does regen you. It can be a little awkward.
Yeah, it slows down your DPS.
Yeah, but on the low HP, it can be absolutely insane, especially if the enemy has no healing, anti-healing, which I should mention, this lineup has no anti-healing in it. I'm not even really sure how you build it. There's no Croze, there's no Scotty builder. I guess Darkseer can get one eventually. Probably your best option here.
Dire's bottom tower has
That's a while.
I know people really like Essence Distiller, but I do, like, there are moments like this where I'm like, oh,
the vessel's just so much.
It was a vessel.
It's so much more expensive for support. I think that's the biggest prohibiting factor. So now you just have to survive this period if you're Nigma Galaxy and continue to try and scale up the Furion and the Lifestealer's physical damage as much as possible. Which is going to be rough for these 2 supports because they're not the best at just casually farming the map in these downtimes. You can break some smokes. You can try and shut down Falcon's aggressive play. The last thing you want happening here is getting picked off on your side of the map. If Falcons get a pick off on Nigma's side of the map, it's going to be tower into potential high ground. You're going to lose some buildings pretty quickly at this point.
Radiant are scanning.
All the meanwhile, Falcons have no problem extending the game if it means that they can just increase their chance, their win percent, bit by bit.
Get a Centaur card up, get Huskar Ags. You can keep scaling all 3 of these cores for a long time here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Satanic on Sven.
Your support net worth is also just going to grow because you have 2 farming supports versus 2 melee subs who don't clear waves. That's always going to be in your favor too. A lot of little things working for you here in this time period. And there's the Ags for the Centaur. Decided to rush it here. Try and bail the Huskar out in any situation where ATF's getting all in.
So, with so much against Nigma Galaxy here,
Dire's
what's gotta happen? Is it possible for them to win a fight? Let's start with that. Oh, Lord up. Well, not like this, that's for sure, with your carry getting picked off just outside your base.
In a straight 5-on-5 right now, no. I don't think it is. I think they have to...
with like a fantastic vacuum wall and just Stomper
I guess
Splitter.
they do have a combo. If you can back 3 or 4 heroes into Stomper Splitter, then yes, it's doable. I think you would prefer to be able to play the map a little bit more here. But again, that was the death on your side of the map. Yep. This is what you could not afford in this time. It's going to force the high ground very quickly. You're not going to be able to reset the map fast enough.
Just straight to it. GH with the instant TP back.
Very smart TP.
He saw what was coming. And does manage to get away before Snaking or Crit could stop him with the disable. That's still going to be a lane of barracks. With no Furion, there's just no way to fight.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Losing a Furion also hurts because he's your big lane shover.
Yeah.
Just hard to find an equivalent exchange there. So in early racks, 30 minutes in, Falcons feeling very comfortable in this game one.
And we've talked a lot about how older eras of Dota, it paid off so much more to be flexible, to adapt. And modern Dota has become much more about playing to your 99% of your potential. And it does kind of feel like, in some ways, Nigma Galaxy feels a bit lost how to be able to play the map and such with the setup that they have, right? With Sumail being in the mid lane, Lornoff not being able to have the experience advantage with the Nature's Prophet, the Holy Falcons. Nice blink away.
It definitely feels a little awkward for them. It's just one of those things you're trying to adjust to get the better lane setup, which makes sense. But how many times have you played with this configuration? It's a risk. Everything's a risk. You just have to weigh the pros and cons. Trust your team to execute.
I mean, Skeeter is high network. He's also crazy high level. Level 24 in 31 minutes. Whew. You're going to see a level 25 Sven not too soon.
Here's a nice matchup against the Furion for a long time. The Harpoon right here. That was an XPM. That'll do it. That'll absolutely do it. I don't know if you force high ground without another Aegis. I think technically you could here because you have the hearts. And you have the bailout from the disruption on the Shadow Demon. It's just not Falcons' MO. I think they are a very conservative team when it comes to pushing high ground.
Dire's top tower.
They prefer to choke the map out, play for the next Roshan, get an Aegis, then choke the map out again. Sometimes for 60 minutes. And then once they're very confident they cannot lose that high ground fight or they find the pickoff, they will commit for that play. Quick smoke bottom.
Well, they just have to make sure to kind of sweep back and forth through the map. Make sure that these heroes aren't out on the map farming. Want to limit them as much as possible. Omar does a good job of breaking this smoke. Let's see if he can actually get away. Unlikely. Hook shot off the mark on the neutral camp that he was hoping to get away.
Got like pulled out of it by Harpoon.
Yeah, it felt
awkward. That's what you want, though. You want the Clockwork just breaking the moves here. He's not farming waves anyway.
Radiant's courier has been
Sumail a little bit more farm.
Bottom tower
How much
is under
does this
attack.
Aghanim Scepter change, though?
It's good in the Sven matchup for sure. Probably good in this Huskar one as well. Just being able to hop into one of these damage dealers, they can't hit you. You buy time for Rage to come off cooldown again. It's pretty nice.
On Huskar, and make sure you don't get the chance to infest in the first place.
You just have to find ways to outplay them in the team fight. That's what you're going back to if you're Nigma here, which is probably a big vacuum combo.
Yeah, because you have no saves, right? If they see the opportunity to go on Sumail, it's not like there's a bailout from Nigma Galaxy. No. It's pretty much just all in on a vacuum into a wall, maybe a stomp. A really good stomp might be able to save you, but kind of unlikely.
I saw that Spirit running top off the board.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
They're just trying to bait someone top. You can fight the bait. They might.
Actually.
He's thinking about it.
Getting pretty close to them. Mar gonna find him down here. He's gonna spot him. Lots of dust as the smoke breaks. Managed to get the hook shot. Land onto the Huskar. Huskar. Hero splitter. Trouble. Does manage to. Oh, pulled back in by the vacuum. Where are you going?
Great connection there. You want to reset though. You don't want to overextend it.
Here comes Skeeter. Looking for the opening on Sumail. Managed to hit him with his son. The follow-up. The barrel lands and down he goes.
Couldn't get out in time.
Stomp attempted from GH, trying to get away from the Centaur. Divine running away from the Sven, but Crit's gonna hunt him down. A double for Crit. And yeah, Nigma Galaxy are not getting out of this unscathed. In fact, they are getting out of it worse for wear as they trade 1 for 3.
So hard to
Radiant's
disengage
top
there.
tower is under attack.
It's almost like you had that instant TP with everybody, and I don't even know how you make that read. DMP doing a lot of work on the re-engage. You always have that Earth Splitter threat. Again, he didn't go BKB. The Heart's not helping you against this spell.
Yeah, you weren't wrong about that matchup. We're seeing the power of the Elder Titan against this hero.
That's doing work.
It is just unfortunate that there are 2, or at least 1, much bigger threats.
You can only Earth Splitter one of these damage dealers. If they ever catch both, though, that is a world where that fight just goes Nigma's way. Even though they're behind gold here, they have a lot of spell power. Can never count an Elder Titan lineup out.
Well, then you have a Centaur save for one of them. So if you get all 3 cores...
Okay, yeah, now we're talking.
All right.
I think the cogs can do some work. It's not guaranteed he gets a card save off in time. Depends how fast that initiation is.
Approaching an arrow, the support duo has an easy way to find these pickoffs around the map.
I've been setting up a lot of quick action. The gem's running on the Mirana too. You're just playing for that next Roshan. Sven already level 25 with the Swift Blink. Some disgusting timings here from Skeeter. I don't know how you deal with him.
Yeah, plus 50% God Strength damage. Also, levels mean more to Sven than they've ever mattered, I think. The talents are good, but also don't forget about the innate, right? He's one of the highest strength gain heroes in the game.
Get more damage.
And his innate is being buffed for every level. So every level he's getting more strength, and every level his innate is also getting stronger with that strength.
It's a lot of extra damage. People forget about it.
You can see right there, an extra 117 damage.
It only takes 3 or 4 hits to evaporate these heroes. There's no evasion. I guess you have a little bit with the Radiance. Did not feel like it in that last fight. Gonna try and get a butterfly on the NP. That helps a little bit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And you can test the next Roshan here. That's the question for Nigma Galaxy. I think there's a world you can. Again, you have very good supports around the pit. Clockwork can give the vision, he can be disrupted. The ET Spirit's a great clump abuser, and you always have that vacuum.
But in theory, Falcons don't need a clump at all.
No, they can just stick Sven or Huskar in there.
One Huskar inside, and everybody else plays the margins.
That's why it's scary to contest.
Initiation from Omar. Not going to work out well for him.
They're just fishing.
Doesn't find any kill, but he also doesn't die either. Skeeter even blinks forward and tries to catch him on the rebound, but...
Have Ags on the Lifestealer now. 5,000 gold on the Furion. See if Lornoff tries to one-shot this butterfly to give some extra surprise factor here. Could be his plan.
Yeah,
it's either that or you save buyback gold. I don't know if the buyback's doing much here.
Yeah.
I think you have to spend here your Furion.
Radiant are scanning.
Trying to have as much damage from the team fight as possible.
How do you set up a surprise butterfly reveal? Like, do you try and bait Lornoff? Like, that still sounds kind of crazy.
No. You just... keep you in the next fight with a fully completed butterfly. They have no information to go off. There's no time to build an MKB or anything.
Right.
It's a slight thing. I'm not saying it.
Turns and tries to kill Lornoff.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of, you know, getting 3-shot on Furion. He's like, why am I not doing any damage?
Ready to the RNG gods that evasion comes into play. That Roche was very quick. It's going to be high ground defense. Nice little banner. Aegis for the Huskar again. Let him siege the high ground. Let Sven deal with the waves. Mirana Ag's done too. That's the extra issue in this game is these supports are just going to find so much farm.
Omar, unfortunately, drops a ward in the triangle. They were actually going to think about making some sort of move. But Snaking just happened to be there, farming up the triangle with his gem, so he instantly kills the ward. Now they're right back to just kind of the expected play.
This is kind of the point where Nigma would want to make a move. You just bought out big items on all 3 of your cores.
Yeah.
You're not going to get much stronger for another round here, another 5 or 6 minutes. After this Aegis timing.
Yeah, knowing that Falcons with the Aegis likely to split up a little bit.
Yeah.
That ward, that aggressive ward should have been an opportunity for them to make a play off of, but instead they have no vision to play off of.
Have to be more patient here.
Take their triangle back.
Falcons not forcing the high ground yet. Kind of interesting.
Making them sweat.
Yeah, they are a team that like to choke the map. There's no reason to choke the map in this type of game, though. You're not waiting for anything. You're not necessarily getting that much stronger. You have a massive gold lead.
In a way, they are kind of six-slotted.
Yes. Your Sven is ready to go. You don't wait with Sven. You send it.
Amar might send it straight to Sumail. Nope. If Falcons make that critical mistake of stacking Amar and Skeeter,
Cannot clump with
for
your
an opportunity for Divide.
You'd rather just let someone die than stack with your cores, honestly.
Yeah, especially since Amar has the Aegis, there really is no need. They've got the save in the Centaur, they've got an extra life.
Maybe you can aggressively force snap him in.
What's that? Zombin hits Divide, managed to catch him, they go for an defense save, one shot, trying to throw everything, they have the bail out of Divide, allowed to get off spells, no hope! Skeeter just does far too much right now during this BKB window. Sumail can't find him. It's not even close. They make a run back to the fountain. They're going to use some buybacks here, and they're going to need the fountain force. Oh, he got arrowed. We're not away, but he got arrowed on Sumail. He ran in, and an arrow intended for Lorinov instead finds the base of Sumail. A dieback for him, and the rest of Nigma Galaxy will huddle in their fountain. Nothing they could do. They could barely even stop Amar as is. They keep on pushing him away. He keeps on pushing himself away. Toying with Nigma Galaxy with this jump in with his ultimate Hurricane Pike.
You always get the taunt. He is taunting them on multiple levels here. No chance for Nigma Galaxy in these 5-on-5s. Have just got online way too quickly here. And the lane swap shenanigans. I don't think it looked too bad in terms of the laning, but it definitely made this game really awkward to play.
Just keep taunting him, to get the three-man vacuum into a stomp into a wall. Unfortunately, no Earth Splitter, so no real damage to follow it up. Drone exposed, they're gonna pop the glyph, but there's still 30+ seconds for two more of their heroes. They can hardly take a 5-on-5, let alone a 3-on-6. All the way into the fountain goes Amar to finish things in style. Falcons, an extremely dominant game one.
That's about as one-sided as you could hope for on the TI main stage. They were very comfortable, very confident. They get their heroes. They get the kind of lineup they want to play. They throw that lane swap at the end that forced Nigma into a tough decision.
Been there, he wants to be a part of fights. His other two players are the real cores, and he's like he's really the offlaner, to be honest, on this team. But he was the carry and the offlaner in this game. He kind of had all the hats on at once, and he owned. And I think this game really shows the difference between like a team that has a ton of experience and a team that has worked together for a long time compared to the team that is new, right? Like Nigma Galaxy, they were the higher seed, but they are the much newer team with the much easier group stage path. And I think Falcons showing, hey, we're the big dogs for a reason.
Yeah, 1,183 XPM is pretty insane, but when you have your team just drawing the attention of the enemy and forcing them to one side of the map, and you have free reign in this patch, you can make a lot of gold. And I can see why Skeeter, this TI, has been going back to heroes like Sven, because with the heroes that Falcons have been running, like the Necrophos Flex, the Centaur Flex, and the Huskar, it creates situations for him to just have free farm. And while he does play the offlaner role, like you mentioned, Skeeter has shown us time and time again that he can carry if that's the role that he's put in. If he's the hero who's going to do the damage, he will do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Falcons idea in many ways is like we have 3 cores that are all going to pressure very heavily, and then like one of them or 2 of them will get out of control. You can't answer all the problems that we present to you. You don't have enough damage for all 3 of them. And it's kind of interesting. When we saw this draft, Nigma ends up banning Alchemist and Tiny in the last phase. And then they literally picked the 3rd hero that does the exact same thing. Like Alk, Tiny, and Sven are all the same guy. Whichever one of them that was left through, they would have picked that one.
Yeah.
And I think this speaks to like how Falcons, that's the kind of team they are. They will always put themselves in positions where they can do the same thing they did last time, and you don't actually have a way to respond to it.
Well, it works for them. In game 1, at least, it definitely does. And whilst we love what Skeeter was able to do on the Sven, being such an unsung hero, there was a lot of focus put on this Husker on the side of Nigma Galaxy, but that's exactly where Purge wants to put his focus as well.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, the Huskar on the side lane, it's something that Amar does slightly, semi-regularly. He's known for it, but the way that he laned it against Lornoff was quite interesting. Now, if you don't know, when you right-click enemy heroes, it creates a little aggro around your hero, and any enemy creeps in there are going to run at you. And that's why these dire creeps are running in this direction every time that they get near. You're going to see Crit do the same thing. He's going to walk up here, right-click an enemy hero briefly, and it's going to pull aggro from the creeps, and what they're trying to do is get these range creeps here below half HP so they can get a deny. So this was the big priority. And normally players prioritize having at least one hero that has an ability that they can use to secure the range creep, because that's where the majority of the gold or a significant portion of that and the experience are. So these denies kept coming from the Falcon side. And the whole goal is that they hit level 2 before their opponents. They get more golden experience than their opponents, and they got a huge amount of these denies here. Here's another one at a minute 40. That was the first range creep that Nigma Galaxy actually secured there in the safe lane, which helped their trajectory. And even here, Amar pulling 2 melee creeps to get the range creep when nobody's remotely close. He's just consistently denying creeps to make sure that his lane goes okay, that he hits his level 2, that he hits his level 3. Lornoff even forced to use his Sprout to secure last hits, and when that happens, they end up getting more opportunities to go for kills. Again, pulling the range creeps back and controlling the wave almost entirely. But eventually, they can start going for kills too. The Sprout gets wasted, GH gets a little bit aggressive, and Falcons realize, oh, we can actually walk forward at him now, because he's forced to use his spells just to try to get golden experience. So securing these kills are really instrumental, helps keep this Nature's Prophet hero, who is arguably the fastest farming hero of this tournament so far. They kept him back, even in this moment too, pressuring Amar here on the lane. Sprout to the
but was not set up in any way, shape, or form to be a win condition.
Yeah, he's also got 2 really heavy farmers on his other lanes. Lifestealer just farms, that doesn't make any moves. And Darkseer is honestly a very, very farm-oriented offlane here. So you've got 3 dudes who all need the same thing. No one's willing to make space for them. Me and Aiden were talking about it backstage, but having 2 melee supports on your team is often a pretty big hindrance, because neither one of them really does damage oftentimes. The typical archetypes, they tend to be set up and not follow up, and so you can end up in situations where it's hard to actually make kills happen because your 2 dudes do the same job.
Shifting our focus a little bit away of the nitty-gritty when it comes to this game number 1 and this best of 3, and looking at our focus of what were these teams doing between groups and our main event here? How were they preparing for themselves, and how happy were they? More importantly, GH and Sumail giving us their time there during the group stage and main stage.
Throughout the group stage, we had our first defeat against Team Iron Wing.
We choked a bit, and then after that we just grouped ourselves together, and it's pretty smooth sailing from there.
Starting the first game, it went a bit rough, first years actually, and then it started getting better slowly. And now we're 4-1 in the group stage.
Going against Falcons, I am predicting a 2-0, to be honest, for us.
Coming into this TI, we had a relatively weak boot camp. I think we had some struggles, but we picked it up slowly in this event and a bit before we came here. So I'm very confident against them, and I believe we have good chances. Honestly, every tournament I go to, be it TI or any other tournament, I really don't put any expectations, because usually when I put expectations for myself at least, it kind of sets me in a bad mindset, so I just remove all expectations.
I think going to TI, I always have the mindset to like either win or there's no other result that you're happy with. So nothing has changed, I would say, so far.
Well, TI compared to any other tournament always feels special, for me at least. It's the air feels different, the stage feels different, and this year is going to be in Shanghai, so I believe the last time we played TI in Shanghai was in 2019. China has always been kind to us. We always had a lot of success here. I'm very grateful for that. I think this time, I hope it's going to be the same. I'm extremely excited to play in front of a crowd and to have some parts of my family support me being here, so I'm happy for that. Ni hao to the Chinese fans, and hope you support us too, and hope we give you a good time.
TI is, I don't know, I won my first one, and in my back of my head that I'm gonna win like at least 2 more. And then I've been playing for like 11 years since, I haven't done it. So it's just something I'm always chasing. I think this year looks pretty good though, so let's see.
8 TI appearances for Sumail. One of them a win, but for him, 2 more is needed to feel a little bit of satisfaction. And yes, the group stage looked great for them. There was this streak, 8 games in a row they won. It's broken in game number 1 by Falcons here, but that doesn't mean Nigma Galaxy can't come back insane here. It's a best of 3 for a reason, and I truly believe with what this new Nigma Galaxy is showing, an adaptation and a readiness to learn from that game 1 is very there.
I think they got trapped into playing Falcons game. And I think a lot of great teams have been trapped into playing Falcons game, and it always ends up with you losing. I think when you end up playing this game, Falcons are just way too good. These players are too skilled, they're too comfortable, they're too happy to play this kind of game. So I think for them, it's all about trying to create a scenario where it doesn't look like this, and they get to play their stuff. They get to do like the Lauren off macro, they get to set up their game, and Falcons now has to respond to them. Because I think Falcons are also kind of bad when they're put in that position. They need to play their own game.
I'm glad there was a little bit more to that sentence, because I would have been scratching my head there. As Falcons and Nigma Galaxy are both going to be taken to the stage once again. It is Nigma Galaxy potentially on the back foot. It's how you look at losses, the way that you can learn and grow from them and make those quick adaptations in a best of 3. It didn't feel like any foundations or fundamentals for the side of Nigma Galaxy Mirror were an issue. So whether you want to chalk it up to draft, even if it's something you might not like to do, it feels that's one of the easiest ways to move on and restart for game 2.
For sure. If you can just say, we messed up in the draft, we got
Husked.
What can you do? That allows you to talk about what it is that you want to approach in terms of your game plan versus Falcons. Because like Insania mentioned, Falcons, if they're on the back foot and they're playing from behind, they don't necessarily look like a good comeback team. They struggle in these situations. Fundamentally, Falcons are a team that will skill check you when it comes to laning. Their players are the best in the world at laning, maybe second to Boom Boys, who are also exceptionally good at it. But from there, if you are in a situation where you've given them winning lanes, the game is difficult from then on. So if you're Nigma, you go into this game too thinking about what heroes can you pick early on in your draft, what supports can you pick that enable your lanes and make sure you're not in a situation like that.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And I think another thing that we always found gave us a lot of success against Falcons was they push waves a lot. I think the thing Aiden said about like they're kind of just everywhere, pushing all the waves and farming on everyone all at once, and you feel like you can't catch everyone, and they're just getting more gold than you. And so I think having heroes that can chat up and just push the waves in and take some areas so that you get vision, you're the one who's taking the space. Because then I think when they're clumped, those players feel really uncomfortable when they're not all able to get farm, because that is how they play. They are a trident of cores with the support standing behind them. And so if you're the ones who are up in their faces, we would pick stuff like Terrorblade or Lina that we can just ghost push the waves. We kill them without people seeing us. And then now suddenly we see where they are and they don't have this, constant wave push threat.
Do you think that that's a better approach than potentially having a core and a support that can try and pick off a hero, and then another 2 cores and a support that can be elsewhere, trying to still overwhelm them in numbers if they're trying to solo push out waves?
I think a combination of both is really nice. Having like those sort of kill pairs, not too many numbers, because you don't want to get sucked into being too many people in one place, because they are everywhere. And so you have to commit some heroes here and you kill one guy, but at the same time the others are farming, I think is sort of your ideal setup.
Yeah, I think in my ideal game against Falcons, every 2 pairs of our heroes kills them. So like if it's my carry on my 5 or my carry on my mid, or if it's my 5 and my 4, like whatever way you can create a situation where as few heroes as possible kills the Falcons heroes that shows on waves, you're gonna do good. And I think really even more important than killing them, I think, is like you said, it's taking their map space away. Because these guys want a big map. They want like tier 1 towers to fall early on. They tend to make
And they had a Elder Titan. What do you do after that?
It doesn't feel like it's linear, straightforward at all. This was right at the beginning of TI, one of the most joyous moments that you can have with your teammates coming back to TI together is getting those rings after 12 months of lifting the Aegis. It's definitely a feeling very few have gotten to do for themselves. And like I said, to return as a 5 stack, a stack that has come back together for their 3rd TI when it comes to Falcons.
Yeah, it must be so special to be bound by not only the time you spent together in the tournaments you played, but you got the crown jewel, the accomplishment you've been striving for, you got it. And you get to see that sort of realized and immortalized in the ring you get 12 months later, like, oh yeah, we did that. And you have this sort of sense of gratefulness that like, we went through all this and maybe this year felt kind of crappy, but like, remember what we did last year? And we get the chance to do that again. And I can't imagine how special that feels.
It's funny how this year is crappy for them when they got so many top 4s anyway, but any other team would have been content with a year like they had. They didn't get any first places, but they got so many podium finishes. And for them, it's just an awful year. This is a team that expects to win, like you mentioned, Insania. It's either first place or last place, and it seems like because of their year, maybe some teams are underestimating them. They're forgetting about some of their specialty heroes. They're forgetting about their Huskars and their Flexes, because we heard in that interview, Sumail thought they'd come in with a very strong 2-0.
Look, whether you want to put that up to Nigma Galaxy, confident in their ideas, or if it's a little bit of I need to fake it till I make it, either way, it's not looking like a 2-0 for Nigma Galaxy, but a Game 2 is on the cards.
Falcons turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining.
Team Falcons turn to ban. Turn to pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Falcons turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Now, it's a little bit different circumstances as the Huskar's banned, but still, that doesn't bode a ton of confidence whenever you use a ton of thought on the most prepared pick.
Yep. And I would assume Falcons responds kind of similarly to game one. I think Centaur's pretty good, no?
Yeah, I would think so.
It goes into both lanes, and I think that's like really the main thing that you want to hit with this pick. It's a hero that responds to Nature's Prophet that you can run in both lanes. I also think if you're banning Earth Spirit on first pick, it's a pretty worrisome sign for like the tournament as a whole. Because this hero has shown, like, proven to be so dominant that if you're banning it on first pick, you're definitely banning it on second pick as well.
Yeah, that is like a very good point. It's something teams think about in the heroes they try to play or they try to make people think they play, is you have to think about not just this series, but the whole tournament. And now when you've shown, hey, we're banning Earth Spirit both sides, that means the enemy team saves a ban whenever they're second pick. And that can really add up over time. It can restrict the number of heroes you have that you get to choose between playing.
I mean, for first pick, it's a massive deal. You only have 3 bans, and one of those is guaranteed now Earth Spirit for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
You essentially just have 1 ban less to work with than every other team.
And you've got another issue with the Huskar ban taking up space that you didn't talk about. I do think a big part of why this first pick took so long for Nigma was that they got given the Enchantress, and they got given heroes they didn't think they would like the Necrophos. You saw ATF walked by you and just yelled, "I'm gonna first pick Necrophos."
Yeah, may have been fibbing a little bit there, but I think the Centaur is a much better response. It makes sense against
it was banned in game 1.
I was gonna say, game 1, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but game 2, straight up lying.
Fair.
Unless he meant overall first pick, like if they had opener, that's
what he would say. I feel like he would find a way to like
move the goalpost a bit.
Exactly. Get his
I'm a
way
man
out.
of honor.
Yeah, exactly.
He was still telling the truth there. Look, the Enchantress does eventually get banned out by Nigma Galaxy, and completely understandable for Falcons. It's a flex when it comes to supports. A 4 or a 5, it still leaves so much open for them. And at the end of the day, when we saw Enchantress get played earlier by Yandex, we're seeing it kill cores. That's insane that a support at as early as 20 minutes is more than willing to man up and fight a core.
I mean, that part of Enchantress is amazing, but what makes Enchantress even better for Falcons, it ties back to like the concept of their team that we talked about, and it's the fact that this hero can farm creeps from a safe distance. She takes over a creep, she sends it on a creep wave, like on a mission far away, and then it just cuts all of your creep waves, and you have to run all the way back to your base to go kill this stupid creep, and then he just takes over a new creep, so you might not even get gold for killing it, and you wasted all this time, and it just buys times for the rest of them to farm up their items and, you know, build that big map in that regard.
And on top of that, she is enemy number 1 of the mid lane. Enchantress and good Enchantress players will always rotate with that first siege creep to the mid lane, try to kill the enemy mid laner, they'll take the creeps in the triangle, and they will be oppressing them for as long as possible. And for Nigma, that we talked about, Lorinov being their win condition and their primary carry player in the sense that he's going to be taking most of the GPM, Enchantress is a very bad fit for that stylistically.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. This Dazzle ban repeated is so funny to me that these are the heroes. Yeah, I do too, and I think it's cool when teams have a really specific read on like, this may seem like not that important of a hero, it's just a 5 hero that no one else plays. A lot of people think it's trash, but for some reason, Falcons have decided that they think it's crucial to the way this team functions. And I think that is, like, that's what's really cool about some of the best teams, is how they analyze bans and what they feel like makes a team really tick. Because that's what you're kind of doing when you're preparing, is what do we think are the heroes and the playstyle that really makes this team function? What's at the center of the machine?
Yeah, for Nigma, their supports haven't had very big hero pools so far. And in the last game, GH's hero pool also got target banned, and he ended up on that ET, which didn't look so hot. I mean, Bane is something that he's also been running that when ignored in that last game, it's something that they could look towards and then pick a Hoodwink for Omar, just anything with kill threat. But I do think it's a very cool concept when without your support, your draft falls apart.
Yeah, I was going to say, they do leave open, I was going to say a Mirana Hoodwink combo for the side of Nigma Galaxy, but changing it up, adding another hero into the support pool for themselves of a Bounty Hunter.
I mean, this hero seems to be the hero of the day. I feel like Team Vision played it. And Saksa played it.
Yep, Yandex played it.
Nigma's playing it too, so it just seems like probably during these off days it's been scrimmed a lot. It's kind of the vibe I get. Sometimes this happens where like you get 3 days off, people start scrimming, and for whatever reason some team starts playing a hero and then like they're the first scrim of the day, and then it just like trickles into all the other scrims.
And they're also playing opposite sides of the bracket, so there's no way that Nigma Galaxy was scrimming up against their Falcons or potentially even like a Liquid or a Yandex, so they might have even gotten it from Vision themselves.
Exactly. And then like the whole thing just develops right in these 3 off days, and you're like, oh, where did this come from? And it was picked in group. It's not like completely out of nowhere, but the popularity of it, I feel like, is new.
100% agree.
10 seconds.
And there's a Necro.
I wonder what Nigma are planning to do to really activate the bounty hunter, because I'm looking at their draft and to me it doesn't make that much sense, because like you're gonna track things, sure, and maybe NP can TP in, but your Mirana isn't enabled. Your bounty hunter isn't going to be setting up very comfortably on either Centaur or Necrophos. His gameplay is very unclear as of the draft right now.
I think for Nigma it's about setting up their macro. You're trying to set up like ways for Lorinov to TP in, you're trying to set up for ways for them to play the vision game, kind of try to play that slow game and not so much focused on like how do we win the fight, and rather like how do we contest Falcon on the map.
I just worry if you can actually play the slow game. Like when I think about the vision game where they won earlier, where you just drop at bounty, they were winning because they went ham and they killed a bunch of heroes and they sped the game up like crazy. And if I look at this game, there is a Necrophos for which you have very little magic damage. When he presses Ghost Shroud, he's not going to die. There's a Centaur who's going to press Stampede, a Clockwork who cogses and runs away. Like there's a lot of heroes that it's not that easy for you to feed off of, and these heroes have no team fight. Well, I can't say that anymore, but they had no team fight. And I also think, like, if you put a Necrophos safe lane, right, if Skitter plays it, suddenly this Darkseer is losing lane, and you can end up in a situation where you've got a lot of heroes that want kills, and a Darkseer that's farming, and you can't get those.
I mean, I guess you can do cool things now. Like, you can stack Ancients on Bounty Hunter if there are no clear kills or map disruptions to be made, and you can just get Ion Shelled and, you know, stand around invisibly. This is a very old school Darkseer farming GPM combination. That could be something they do.
5 seconds remaining.
And I found it interesting. Nigma's like, they're like banning Sven, and I'm pretty sure the next ban's gonna be Tiny or Alk, and then Skeeter's just gonna pick like whichever one of them's left over.
You think that it still needs to be that archetype of carry though for Skeeter, or could you see him playing more of like a range, let's say a Wind Ranger or a Shadow Fiend or something like that?
I mean, I feel like he's just gonna play Alk, and like, there is a world in which he plays a Necro. I don't hate that idea. I think if for whatever reason they want to put the Centaur on the off lane and pick Malrine as well, that option definitely exists. But I think this is the cool thing about Falcons. Like when you get to this point in the draft, first of all, you know none of their lanes. And you have to ban 2 of Skeeter's Blink Stun heroes because he's going to want to play one of those. And even then he might not. Because they have so many options when they reach this point.
There's also the option of Clinks, and that's his most played carry of this tournament. It's not a hero that gives Darkseer a good illusion, and it can eat one of the Ion Shell creeps, making the laning stage a lot simpler.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good call. And they have plenty of disables and plenty of lockdowns, so he can play a Blink Stun if he wants, but I think he will do it if it's good game matchups on the Blink Stun hero, not necessarily for the draft as a whole, which I think is a lot of times the reason. This game, they have Clockwork starting, they have Centaur starting, like they got plenty of that, and so they can have some more. You don't necessarily...
It's not bad.
Yeah, but they don't need it. And so it should be, I think this last pick, you're in a situation which you're super happy about, which is your draft is kind of well-rounded already. You got stuns and follow-up and teamfight and stuff, so now you just want a good game matchup that scales.
They're going to have overall last pick, and like you guys have already pointed out multiple times, flexibility coming out for the side of Falcons, but Nigma Galaxy find a Wind Ranger for themselves here, and so are we seeing Lorinov hopefully go back into the mid with a Nature's Prophet, or...
5 seconds.
I don't really know. I mean, they have options to decide this for themselves. I think whenever you end up running like double turret heroes, like 2 ranged carry heroes on the same draft, it always presents some problems for you, because you have 2 boys that essentially don't want to go in first, and they want everybody else to like kind of do the dirty work and then come in and clean up. And you can have one of those. You actually want one of those most of the time, but you don't really like having 2. And Darkseer in some ways kind of plays that kind of game too, where he ideally wants somebody else to go in and then I can blink vacuum everybody and like suck them into some nice situation. So I feel like Nigma right now, they kind of lack, like when I look at their draft, I see a lot of problems like that they might run into. If they play extremely well and they find these like clutch openings, you can absolutely still make it happen. But I think for Falcons, it just looks a lot more...
I think Nigma have a read that it's an offlane Necrophos, and they think that Wind Ranger has a good lane against it, and it's a hero that can buy an early nullifier, and they prioritize that over the redundancy of having those 2 turret heroes. This can work if their lanes go very well. The caveat is, what if their lanes don't? What's the plan B? There's no setup for this Mirana Arrow. Getting track kills will not be easy. You're just going to have to outskill. And if you're playing to farm, Falcons would love to be in that situation.
Yeah, the lack of ways to set up arrow and the kill combos is very true, and I think it's to the exact opposite of what we talked about, how you beat Falcons. What combos on Nigma Galaxy's lineup really kill people together? You've got a Bounty Hunter and a Windranger maybe, but besides that, does Nature's Prophet work with Potom, Mirana, sorry, or does Windranger work with Mirana? These combos are weird and awkward. Darkseer doesn't help these heroes really. There's no heroes to Shell or to Surge. It's very strange synergy between the heroes. They don't particularly work well together.
Well, Falcons ran down the clock literally until 5 seconds, but Insane used Cole all the way from the ban phase.
It's truly shocking. I can't believe he picked one of the 3 heroes that does the exact same thing as the 3 heroes that were banned previously.
But is it, you know, that game for us, is it where it's one of those things that, yes, it's very telegraphed, it's very scripted in a way, but my goodness, it is going to give them that extra oomph.
I don't think it's like, it's not like, oh my god, Alk, what do we do? It's super game winning, but it's more like, if I'm Falcons and I look at my heroes, I'm like, we got everything that we wanted. Nothing, like, there's no hurdles for us. Whereas I feel like for Nigma, I look at it and I'm thinking, like, is this truly what they wanted before they came into this game? Is this the draft that they had in mind? Or is this the fact that, like, Falcons presented problems and we try to fix those problems through our draft?
You know, now that this Alk has come out, I actually think Nigma have a chance to play for a later scaling and win off of that if they wanted to. Again, it's going to depend on them not getting crushed on the lanes and having the opportunity to play. But had it been a Clinks, for example, the scaling would have been better than both turrets on the side of Nigma. That's not the case now.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I think the preparation Falcons Day, whether it be Owie or the rest of the team, they've done a masterclass because I think Nigma has been outbrained and out-strategized in both these games in draft, and I think there's some hurdles to overcome because I think Falcons cooked.
Well, Falcons cooking is only one part of it. It's all down to execution as well. And so even though it's difficult, do we think Nigma Galaxy going to live up to that standard? Again, they come in as the higher seed.
I think Nigma, to be honest, they proved in game 1 that like their fundamentals were so solid, and I feel like despite them not having like the ideal setup from the draft, they were able to contest to a certain point in the game. And if they're able to do that again, I think at least compared to last game, they have more playability in this game. I think last game it was a lot tougher. This time it's a lot more playable, though again, there are issues that they need to overcome, but it's not issues that you can't fix through skill.
I agree. I don't think it's that bleak. I think there's no one hero that's creating a massive problem for Lorinov in particular. So this is a different kind of Nature's Prophet. We're going to see he's going to be TPing in on the Alchemist. He's going to be playing on these sidelines and trying to add tempo to his team, which is going to be the difference maker here.
AOI is the GOAT. AOI is the GOAT.
Sticking to it.
I'm with the birds. I'm with the birds.
All right, you're sticking to it, that you fully have faith in what Owie is doing it for himself. I can see a little bit behind me. You guys can't. Now, hopefully they are ready, because I do believe Tsunami and Owie are ready to give us a bit more insight into how this Game 2 draft played out.
That's correct. I'm standing by with AUI 2000, coach of Falcons. You are getting a lot of praise from our panel for your drafts this series. What would you say is your confidence level compared to the average Falcons draft during group stage?
I think our drafts are pretty good this series. I mean, Amar does most of the drafting, so that's a lot on him. But I think it was pretty good.
And then in terms of preparation, I feel like in many tournaments, many TIs, there's a group stage meta, and then it kind of evolves into a playoff meta. This is now the 9th game of our playoffs so far. Do you see any difference emerging quite yet?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think most teams just looked at Paravision and how they're playing the map, and that's like the biggest development since the group stage. I'm not too sure on heroes if there's been a lot. It's a bit hard to play pubs in this region, to be honest, so like it doesn't develop as fast.
And then in terms of one hero, maybe I can get your opinion on it. Bounty Hunter has been trending quite a bit today, especially. What's your opinions on it?
No, I think the hero's pretty good. I think it was already sort of getting popular before this tournament. And I don't know, there's like this guy called Serpent who's just sniping couriers on the EU server. So people are like watching him and like, he's very annoying. So I think that's like the new meta.
You think it's a role model for how we should be playing this at TI?
Yeah, maybe it's like the 9-class Monkey King where you're invisible and you have tracks. That's pretty good.
Well, let's see if it works out, or if you have the solution. Good luck in this game as we send it to our casters.
The bird is the word. It seems like everybody is favoring Falcons going into this Game 2, but Nigma Galaxy have been here before. They've had some rough games before. In fact, the very first group stage game they had, Avery, we casted it, and it was not a good time. It was perhaps the worst I've seen from Nigma Galaxy in quite some time. They bounced back. They looked great for the rest of the group stage. Is that possible here, Avery?
Oh, absolutely. This is a team that can recover they're not going to tilt out. They're not going to choke out. They have too much veteran experience in those leadership roles. They just need to figure out how to make the game flow a little better. I honestly think Nigma is one of those teams where I don't honestly care what they draft. I care a lot more how they play and how the game's flowing for them. Particularly for that man in the mid lane, Lornoff. I think if he's cooking, if he's controlling the tempo, getting them off to a good start, stabilizing the map, this team is going to look good with almost anything. And they're always going to have an upbeat attitude. They're never going to GG out early. They're going to make it work. They're going to find a way. I kind of believe in that. That said, Falcons are always a test in that regard. They throw you off your game. They make it so the game doesn't flow that well. And they're going to try and do that.
Eater might be getting in some trouble here. The blood grenade thrown out. The Iron Shell's going to burn him down. They do manage to get that first blood over to Divide. Maybe even a second blood. Wait a minute. The 4 and 3 of Nigma Galaxy are cooking in the off lane. A double for Divide.
You got first blood in game 1 too. So they've been overperforming in these early stages. We heard the panel talk about the last bands going into the pick. The Tiny, the Sven, and the Alchemist. I think it was important to give the Alchemist there. I think if they gave Sven or Tiny, the scale and the map pressure that the Darkseer was going to be able to create is a lot worse. I think they have way better tools against the Alch. The wall illusion is a lot more influential with the Radiance plus some of the other ores. The Bounty Hunter can harass him in the jungle, potentially set kills up with Furion TPing in, and you have a lot of lane shove that this Outcast will respond to. So I actually think those bans were on point. I think this was the hero you wanted to give Skeeter in this situation, and there are going to be some openings to potentially abuse it here.
Here's another hero we got to talk about, though. A player-hero combination. Amar and his Necrophos. Now, Falcons, this was a bad pickup for them early on in the group stage. It was not working whatsoever. And you said this was a hero they had to keep picking and had to work for them. Why?
I think Amar has this idea of they can make Necro work, and it's a true flex for them, and it becomes a threat. It's going to open up a lot of their lineups, because then you can start to pick it earlier in the middle of that draft, and you're going to keep so many options open for yourself. Falcons needs a couple cores that they can flex around between Amar and Maureen specifically, but across all 3 lanes, they will put this hero. We're seeing it with the Centaur in this series, right? They need to be able to early pick cores and have the flexibility to make their draft work. I think Amar really likes this concept, and I think Necrophos is one of those that fits it to a T. So in that sense, they need either the Necro or the Centaur. Some of these early cores to flex around, I think the Necro is the one he was trying to force the most. There's some unsuccessful games for sure, but as a draft tool, it's super powerful. So he's going to bust it out here. It's an okay Necrophos game. I don't think he's up against some of the hardest counters in Dota, but he's not abusing any big melee heroes. The Wind Ranger can be a tough matchup. The Darkseer one's kind of negligible, and I think the Furion's the really bad one here. There's a lot of lane shove. The Furion is really mobile. Again, you're a static hero in this game. A lot of static cores for Falcons if Nigma can get off to a fast start. I would really like to see them play this game at a fast pace. Don't let Falcons just farm the map, and we might see a game 3.
It does make a lot of sense that this was crucial for a drafting perspective. If Amar, we heard AEY very humbly, you know, the praise should go to Amar. He's the one doing most of the drafting. Close call, close call.
Yeah. Skill shots.
So if Amar is like, you know, he feels like, you know, this is a must-win situation for us. We have to get this Necro up and running so we can flex it in the draft, and he is the drafter. You know, that makes a lot of sense. It's a formula that they won TI with. For sure, to be able to go back to it here, but he's definitely a little bit rough against Wind Ranger sometimes.
He's not having a lot of fun, though. The Wind Ranger's also not having too much fun down here. Mel is not CSing really well. The lane got pushed in pretty deep. It's this top lane that's really blowing open the laning phase right now. Overperforming on this Bounty Hunter plus Darkseer early on. You do ramp up pretty fast, but they got a lot of extra gold out of that early double kill. And now they're just wave cutting, pushing towards the Helm. And the second the Helm comes out, this Bounty Hunter can roam. You don't really have the best kill threat mid. I'd say you roam into that Necrophos lane with potential Furion supports. That's the real point of abuse here. Falcons need to read these moves and defend them well. There's the TP.
Here it comes.
With the Ion Shell, that's what makes this move extra deadly.
Damage against a hero that is susceptible to the magic damage. You have a teleport coming in as well. Just as you think you're getting away with a Ghost Shroud, there's Lornoff popping out with the Sprout. GH, the one to get the last hit.
Exact move you wanted. That's the point of pressure. Those are the exact heroes you want combining for that kill. The Furion instantly can head back towards mid, doesn't cost you anything, and he will have Wrath of Nature here in another wave. So this Furion pace is going to look a lot different than game 1. And that is something you have to consider. I think Nigma Galaxy are very confident in what this hero can do for them. We just didn't see it be able to function at that level due to the lane swap.
Do you think they're going to run it back? Like, you don't have the teleport on Furion, but do you think they're going to try and set up another kill on Necro with the Wrath of Nature?
You're either going to one of these side lanes. I'm not attacking Centaur mid. I just don't care about Centaur mid. It cannot be the biggest point of focus. It has to be either Necrophos or Alchemist that you're trying to slow down in this early game and feed some extra kills off of. I'm going back bottom.
On him. Getting low. Here comes that Wrath of Nature. It was a close call, but he lives.
There's a bounty hunter behind.
Yeah, Mar, if he was here a little bit sooner, in fact, still will manage to get. Oh, no, the power shot missed.
Where are the skill shots, man?
Oh, Sumail. A whiff there on a set-up little stun from Omar that should have been free, and Lornoff is going to pay the price for this one.
This one fairy.
Teleporting in. Yeah, they do have a lot of extra regen for Lornoff. They're going to pop the Stampede. Snaky's going to go down first. Can they finish off Lornoff? They do, but Maureen is low enough that he'll die to the tower. A double for Lornoff after death.
That's a lot of experience for GH. He's almost level 6 all of a sudden.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I don't know if Nigma mind that too much. This Centaur's getting a lot out of that situation. You don't want your Furion dying, but getting some extra experience here on the supports could pay off big time. What is this, man?
Yeah, this is a
that's
nasty
illegal
move from Skeeter. If you're going to run all these heroes to bottom, all these heroes to mid, well, guess what? I'm going to take your Wisdom Shrine. That extra experience is going to be much needed as Lornoff can continue to assault on the side lanes. Teleports in, gets a kill on Snaking. Team 30, Tier 1 tower, the first of the game. 12 minutes ahead of schedule. Is this what you were talking about, Avery, when you said,
yes,
you know, this is a team that I don't really care about the heroes, more so about how they're playing them?
I want to see the good moves. I want to see the combinations. I want to see the spells landing. The support's enabled. To me, that's what makes Nigma Galaxy scary, not necessarily some specific lineup. And this is where the Alc can get punished. Skeeter's just playing super well. I don't know what his read of that move was, but he dodged the gank and took their Wisdom Shrine and then TP'd and bailed on the tower, but he was not the one dying there. Very heads-up play, and it secured him a really nice start here despite all the pressure going into him very early. Don't know if I've ever seen Alchemist taking a Wisdom Shrine.
That is quite
that is insane.
And if he does well enough, right, he can pull Amar back into the game very easily. Not just with the aggression that Alchemist is able to pull off, being a blink stunning hero potentially, but also giving away an axe to Necrophos later on to the game.
There's a lot of ag stuff pool in this game. That's some extra scale. Nigma, they're going to continue to hunt bottom. They have connections with the power shot and arrow down here.
Trying to set up an arrow, does manage to land.
Level 3 Starfall.
Yeah, they got it.
Plus the Wrath. Yeah, you definitely have it on that.
But it is going to be a Reaper Sight kill potentially. Wait, Amar's not level 6. Okay, they get it with the Stampede at least. Now he's level 6.
Still worth it though. You're just getting experience for the Bounty Hunter. Once more, GH is mega high level off of the extra experience mid. You have some extra damage to play with here. Not a bad start for Nigma Galaxy. The Alc is quite farmed, but you did shut down the Necrophos, which I think was important. You had to pick one of these, and you're getting your supports online. This 10 to 20 minute mark is where the game can be scary for Falcons. You have to limit the damage, just try and get through this period, get to the other side where you're going to start to farm up, take advantage of the Alc's net worth advantage, and kind of just win fights off the back of Skeeter. That can be dangerous, though. When you look at the actual 5-on-5, who's going to deal damage to set up a Reaper Sight? Only the Alchemist. He gets kited or dealt with. Another quick pick off.
Into arrow, Snaking. He falls. And Omar's even still looking at a play mid at the exact same time.
He's low.
Big tower ramping up. Maureen, he's going to reach in up a little bit here. Gets pulled back in, though, by the vacuum.
Look at the double shell.
And all he can do is double edge and hope that somebody can help him out. Unfortunately, Falcons are all split up. No one to help mid Maureen.
What a difference in this game versus game 1. The pressure the Furion's been able to create on top of the extra roam, the towers. We're going to see 3 tier 1s dead. Almost 7 minutes before we saw 1 in the last game. To me, this is why I wanted that Furion. I think it just flows better for them. Or if you're going to play the safe lane Furion, Sumail plays it fine, but then it can't get cheesed out of it. You just can't have this hero get cheesed. So 3 tier 1s dead. Last hit to the Furion.
What a move this could be. A double invis support duo set up. Here comes that arrow. Lands perfectly. Starstorm and the power shot. Sumail takes the last hit. The Wrath of Nature comes through and takes out the neutrals, leaving nothing behind for Amar.
This is getting scary for Falcons. You can bend, not break in this game, but you're being broken right now across the map. You have no response to the Bounty Hunter ganks, and he has the extra damage with the Ion Shells, with the Wrath, some long-range artillery connection between arrow and the power shot. These kills are just surprising Falcons. In some ways, I think the panel underestimated how these heroes are connecting. But he's not gonna... This version of Alk is not like the old ones where you just get Radiance, you run the fight, and you're a god, and no one can touch you. You can die in this game. You probably need Radiance Blink BKB to really just chat up and 1v5 it. You will have a strong BKB timing. Wind Ranger does have a good matchup against you with full Mjolnir done. Can bring you down, so there's threats to Skeeter here. And he's sweating a little right now. He's getting harassed in the jungle. He's worried about where the threats are. You can't afford to die right now in this Alchemist. Now you're getting tracked. You're thinking, man, am I gonna get TP'd on? Is there a smoke gank going into me? You have to keep the farm rate up. All of these little, like, look at the little time that's being wasted here. This is annoying for him.
And Devi is actually taking the camp right in front of him with the Helmet Dom creep with an Ion Shell on it.
Very efficient. To me, this has been the greatest strength of Bounty Hunter at this tournament. It's a hero that can really disrupt farming patterns, give you a lot of information advantage. Not really even about what the hero is doing itself. It's just, it throws teams off their game. It reminds me of some of the patches where Nyx Assassin was really popular. It's like, he goes 0-8, but it makes the game very different.
Nice catch, but will it be enough? Not by a long shot. Only half HP for GH off that duo of Maureen and Snake King. It's a reveal of the Blink Dagger, and they didn't get anything for it.
They're gonna have to smoke it up here. They do have Radiance timing on the Alk. They have Macro Pyre plus Hookshot to throw into a Centaur lead off.
They want to connect to the Wind Ranger, but Sumail has already shoved the wave into the tier 2, into Amar, and will retreat back to his own tower.
A tough smoke to land. Again, the Bounty Hunter is giving so much information right now.
Yeah, he's behind the tier 2 mid and saying, there's nobody around here, guys.
Radiant's middle
They're doing something.
under attack.
Does Sumail still get caught by it, though? The smoke's going to break. Maureen spots him. Wind run. Can't get far enough away. Hit by the hook shot, leading to the ice path. Push him into. Oh, that's a beautiful cogs hit. That'll keep him inside the macro pyre. He's dead. Nigma Galaxy are going to try and get a punish here. The teleport in from Lornoff. No stuns available.
Nothing.
They all teleport away scot-free.
That was a weird response. They keep it the Darkseer super late. Lornoff wasn't sure if he wanted to just man up there. Great cog bounce, though. That Wind Ranger survives if you don't stun him and slow him down in that macro a little longer. So well executed from Falcons. Not an easy smoke to land with a lack of vision on the map. Buys time for this Alchemist to push towards that blink where he can start to get more active. Just looking at how fat Devi is in this game. It's going to be a fast pipe. That makes it harder for Amar to come into these fights and clean up some easy reap or kill.
Yeah.
This is bots first. To me, this signals doesn't even want the second Radiance in this game. Like, how greedy do they feel they can get with some of the map pressure that's been exerted?
That's very awkward, especially with the way the lanes are all pushed in. They lost all their tier 1 towers. Like, the map is kind of small. Like, how much are you actually going to be using this Boots of Travel?
He's effectively zero net worth right now.
Yeah,
you know, that's how you have to think about it. And then if he buys a second Radiance, your effective net worth maybe goes up by a couple thousand, but it's not a full value.
Nice double stun from Omar, leading to the arrow once again, and the track gold comes in.
And he snipes the last hit on the Furion, so that's even more gold.
So he gets to be a part of track kill, gets the bounty for the kill. The other 2 supports pick up some track gold on top of that.
Moonlight Shadow, try and snowball off this even a little more. You gotta be careful running in here without the full team backup.
Devi is giving them really good information, and Amar and GH, they're lining these up nicely, man.
This team is just completely different when the support duo is flowing. Just the whole game feels a lot smoother.
It's gonna have a poke at Skeeter. Nothing real serious coming of it, but just keeping him aware. Hey, we could pressure you too. Never know when that gank is gonna come up to the top lane.
It's so much space to work with right now.
Now, Skeeter does have his Blink Dagger, so Falcons will be able to return fire soon. But a Eul's Scepter already done for GH. He doesn't even need the Bounty Hunter to set up his arrows anymore.
I think this is the most crucial decision of this game in some ways for Falcons, is do you try and risk the fight with just the Blink on the Alk, or do you need him to have BKB as well? Because if you take the fight and you blink the Alkin and he dies, this game is going to crumble. And my gut read is he needs BKB to make that play. Sure. I don't think you can fight with this out, because I don't think this Necrophos is doing anything. He's just a creep right now. So if I'm Skeeter, I'm sweating. Oh, man, there's a lot of pressure on me in this one.
Yeah.
And two, I think I just have to prioritize my game, except that Amar is going to be poor for a little longer, and hope that that BKB timing hits hard, because it's going to have to hit hard right now.
Yeah, the raid that Lornoff is farming and keeping up with this Alchemist, not to mention Divide, who's even ahead of the Furion.
He's
not
gigantic.
Behind the Alch.
200 CS on his Darkseer, full pipe done.
Yeah, and he's going to Radabato, so he wants some extra catch with the Gleipnir. Build up.
I don't know if they need it. I think their kills have been connecting, right? I think you just play to protect your other two cores. I'd be surprised if he commits for it. Could just be an Octarine build up here or something.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think it's also a pretty good Shiva's game if you want to go Chasm Stone build up.
Yeah, most people who on Darkseer, they go Shivas because they want the Chasm Stone.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Very nice.
Basically, I think you want to try and devalue the Alk BKB as much as possible. And for me, Atos is not going to do that. Because if you can kite the Alk BKB, I think the fight looks pretty straightforward right now.
But it's going to be effective for a long time against the Necro.
It will.
If you're not considering, like, if your goal is not to shut down Alk, but to keep the Necro poor.
I think this Necro is going to be poor for a while in this one.
Here comes
this could
Night
be
Shadow gank setup.
Very interesting.
Going to be caught by the Shackle. Very easy kill for Nigma Galaxy. Just like that, all of a sudden there are 5 heroes on top of the Alchemist.
And now you got to look for something else. Chain this kill. GH looking for the setup with the Euls. Should get it.
Euls cancels the TP. And his team, 2 cores sandwiching Snake King. Both racing to try and get this bounty.
We'll get him here eventually. They're also setting up bottom. Amar, he gets tracked, gets walled. They're on
exactly
TP.
What you want to see. Nigma Galaxy punishing them on all 3 lanes. Amar tries to make a run for him with Stampede, but you can't outrun the Surge, that's for sure.
Look at the connections right now. So the thing is, you can overcommit on these connections because you have track gold, and you have the Furion, who he's a free committal. I think Lornoff's TP was pretty awkward. It didn't even matter.
It is. I mean, you could also overcommit if you manage to get 3 different kills in 3 different lanes. Falcons aren't getting anything for this. Skeeter trying to bait out Marine in the mid lane. Goes for the punish onto the Brana, and they do get that kill. So
okay, something for him.
It's been a minute since they've got a kill, but they finally get one. It was last time was Snake King killing Sumail in about 13 minutes.
It's got to be some kind of Skeeter legacy game right here. He needs to build up to it. He needs to basically play it perfect from here on out.
Well, we've already had 1 carry legacy game today.
That's probably true.
Watson.
A lot of hard on Centaur soon. That helps a lot. It will be a second Radiance on Amar. That'll help his farm rate, especially if you can win a fight and then just clear the map with double Radiance. We can see this lead vanish for Nigma Galaxy in the blink of an eye. They just need to keep snowballing with this Bounty Hunter. Find pickoffs. Don't get too complacent with farming your side of the map. Abuse your advantage as much as possible right now.
Yeah, it's like easy for you to win fights and get pickoffs, but you do kind of have to be perfect about it. Ooh, so close. Got the TP away from Malrine. We'll go for crit instead.
Do they see the Alk up here? This Obs?
Crazy pickup. They can give him a second time.
He's gonna walk it.
Like it.
See him now.
Yeah, they spot him off this ward, but it's kind of a bit too late.
Yeah, he has BKB too. This is Skeeter's time to get more involved in this game if the fights can be set up properly for him. It is 20 minutes as well, so he did hit it right with the Tormentor spawn.
I am interested to see with that Tormentor, like how much are they willing to stall their aggression to hit objectives, right? To hit Tormentor, to hit Roshan, when it kind of feels like any minute that you're not hitting the Falcons cores is kind of bad.
I think it's fine as long as it's not everybody. just don't want to see 5 heroes hit this Tormentor. 3, 4, perfectly fine. Gets done pretty fast here with the focus fire. And get a free shard here. Some extra invis for some heroes on the map.
Yeah,
could be spicy and set some of these extra kills up. You never know.
Yeah, especially with Falcons being behind. Just means the supports don't really have the most net worth, may not be able to, certainly not going to be able to buy a gem early on, and maybe low enough they can't afford all the sentries.
This is a nice timing for Falcons, though. That's that BKB for the Alk and the Heart for the Centaur. So their tank just went up. Their ability to stay in the fight just went up considerably.
Oh, a little sidestep there. Hookshot does not land on Amar.
And the smoke's coming through.
Here it comes.
They're committing the Alk into the play. Pivotal moment for Falcons in this game.
They really want to find the connection with one of these cores. With the Furion, that would be ideal.
Real patient
right now. Nigma Galaxy might smoke into them here. Gonna break with the Bounty Hunter. Do get dusted. Just stop the stomp there still.
Skeeter got arrow.
It's gonna lead into a self-concoction explosion there. He's gonna start the fight at half health.
Very awkward. And the vacuum back in on Malrine alongside the Shackles. Sumail doesn't give a damn about the return. He'll just keep it going. Pumping the damage into the mid laner of Falcons, who cannot get away, can't stop the damage, can't get the blink.
Skeeter actually went for the kill on Lorna. What a BKB from Lorna. Great reaction from him. A Reaper silent put down the Bounty Hunter, but they're still in trouble.
The Alchemist
being chased after. Device trying to back away from the Necrophos. Amar using his extra regen to his advantage, but he's still kind of squishy. Hit by the Yules, hit by a power shot. Look at it, down he goes pretty fast. They go back for Lorna though. They're hitting with those. Managing unstable concoction, trying to focus it down, but Lorna, he just won't die. Grit all in to try and get the kill. Throws a blood grenade, but it won't be enough. Falcons get wiped.
That arrow was so devastating.
Oh my god.
I cannot imagine a worse scenario. All of your hopes are on this Alkos BKB. You run in the fight, you take an arrow to the knee, and you gotta sit there for 8 seconds with the chain stun on yourself. I literally cannot imagine a worse way for that fight to start for Falcons. And then you could just see the second guessing of, are we still supposed to commit? Are we supposed to get out? Are we going in again? It was so chaotic. That's never a team fight you're gonna win when you're so indecisive like that based on how it started.
Can you imagine Malrine's perspective? He's like, guys, I got them to go on me. I'm a Heart Centaur. Like,
he's doing his job.
Dream. Where's my team?
He attracted so much attention. He even tanked the focus fire, which is pretty much what you want here if you're Falcons. You did get a Reaper kill, as much as you can hope for. It's on a bounty. It's not the biggest target, but you're not going to be able to Reaper the BKB Furion. The Wind Ranger's playing on the outskirts of the fight. Here you re-engage. This is just, it's not the ticket. Now you have to get out if you're Skeeter. You have to kite. You get your Reaper kill. Are you bailing on this fight, or are you sticking around at this point? And Amar's going in, Skeeter's going out. A crazy commit from Amar. Maybe he feels like there's just no way out of this fight anyway, so you just gotta full send it.
Sure.
It's just...
the fact that they go back in for the Lornoff kill, commit 2 heroes to try and get this, failed to do so by just 100 damage.
So long.
Focus fire again, funneling. Are they intentionally funneling all of these kills to Lornoff?
They're leaving it for the Wrath to come through, and he's purposely getting the last hit, so it's extra assist / kill gold, I guess. Track gold for everybody else. They're playing towards their win condition. Get this Furion fat, let Wind Ranger assassinate somebody, and then Darkseer just keeps everybody alive. Bounty Hunter starts to fight. It's all coming together here. Falcons is just a little lost on the map. Unsure of how to deal with the Bounty Hunter pressure in terms of the information. Afraid to shove the waves. I think that is the biggest factor in this game too. They're a little tentative to get these lanes out deep, and it means they're getting forced to their side of the map more. The farm is overlapping. We're not seeing Amar recover in this game because he has nowhere to go with bots Radiant. You build bot Radiance, and this tier 1 bottom is sitting there. I don't think he's been across the river in 10 minutes. And this is the intangible effects of the bounty hunter plus the Furion global threat really causing them issues here. The Galaxy starting to take this map over. There's a Daedalus for the Furion.
Nobody can challenge him.
You might just be able to force the Roshan right here with a quick focus fire play. You really feel confident. AC for the Alk is big.
Yeah.
And that is another big timing for Skeeter. But he has to do something at some point in terms of turning this game around and bringing his other 2 cores back in.
Well, it is very easy for them to get a chain stun combo, right? They've got Unstable Concoction, they've got Hookshot. Like, they've got a way to be able to start fights, keep the chain stun going for Macropie or Reaper side to come through. And
they do have
one of these cores.
They do have a guaranteed Reaper. There's no hard save in this game.
Yeah.
I'm almost tempted to say Amar should just buy a Blink so he can Blink Reaper the dude. I've just never seen him do that. It's not his MO.
Yeah.
Maybe Shard on Centaur gives you a little extra sustained damage. They're looking for the play with the Alk timing. I do think Falcons they've understood the position, and they're playing to the best of their ability to take these fights. It's just tough to find an angle.
Radiant are
The worst thing that can happen for Falcons right now, with the Amar being picked off in this bottom lane.
Dire's bottom
He shows for a
tower is
second
under
there,
attack.
immediately Tumbler Toy heading for the hills. And we'll have some time to think about the situation that we're in. Both teams are going to be sitting there. I mean, if you're Nigma Galaxy, you know 100% that Falcons are making a move somewhere, right? That they smoked up or did something. There's too many heroes off map for too.
You see where Lornoff is right now. He's reading this play going in bottom, and he sent Treants up north from his position. He also scanned there, I believe. So basically, you're looking at these Treants, and you can just look for the aura on the Treants.
Sure.
The Radiance is turned off right now for Skeeter. So you're not going to see that, but he has AC. You will see that. You're looking for any sort of body blocks, any sort of information. These little things make a big difference in dodging some of these plays, but Nigma Galaxy absolutely have a read of what's going on right now. As long as you don't lose your Furion on the backside of the map, you're pretty happy with the outcome.
A Deathless Divine, the only one on Nigma Galaxy.
Didn't have that on your bingo card, huh?
Not, huh?
He's a different player now.
Yeah. I mean, this is a player that we have watched mature and grow a lot over the last 2 years. I mean, I almost feel like he's pulled a 180 where he was one of the most volatile offlaners, where he reminded me so much of Saberlight and his aggression in the off lane, where he could just roll over some lanes, or, you know, he could give up a lot of unnecessary kills. And now it feels like he's not that at all. It feels like he's way more disciplined.
I think he still has some games that are rough for him, but they're not all his own doing. You have 2 greedy core players you got to make some space for, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this guy just brings the chill vibes. Look at him. He's in the zone right
Doing
now.
a little
He's enjoying
dance, making
himself.
sure he's keeping the energy up.
I think he just loves Dota. That's the thing that sticks out to me. Maybe about this Nigma team in general. I think they just love playing the game.
I mean, anybody who's grinded through as many regions as Devi has, right? He played in Europe.
Yeah.
He's played in North America. The biggest grind of all. Played through South America. Now he's back in Europe again.
There's a couple of players in this series that escaped NHL. That's for sure.
Thought it was pretty funny talking to Devi recently and asking him, you know, what region did he enjoy pubs the most in outside of Europe, obviously. And he actually enjoyed the NA Gula. You know, he thought it was a good time. You know, like there was personality and characters.
Oh, there's personality.
Devi Llama was
there
one
are
of the
characters.
personalities and one of the characters. That's
I'm
for
sure.
sure.
Yeah, I'm sure he enjoyed his brief tour because he knew he was getting out of there soon.
So, you know, he was there in Belgium.
That's even rougher.
Just playing all through the night because he was playing on an NA team. He would play in the NA servers, you know.
Playing on NA on ping.
I know.
I don't know if I'd wish that on my worst enemy.
Can you imagine doing that? Like,
that's training. Hey, that's training.
Everybody else in the world is doing the exact opposite. And there's Devi. No, I'm not going to play on the European servers. I'm going to play in the North American servers.
Perseverance. Perseverance. I'm not talking about the item. I mean, that is... that's a man who wants to grind, get better.
Opportunity in a while since his time in Heroic, and a lineup that was not really working for them until the pickup of Lorinoff. And another situation where a team felt like they transformed, right? We talk about Divide changing as a player, but Nigma Galaxy, I mean, come on. The fans were just, I think there was no esports fans in the world that were just more hurt all the time by their team. It was so promising, get a 10,000 net worth lead, a 15,000 net worth lead, and then they go high ground. How many times did that Nigma Galaxy roster throw on the high ground?
And they're not doing it now.
It doesn't happen anymore. Ever since Lorinoff joined, it really feels like it's changed a lot.
The high ground master, apparently.
Apparently.
Fixed their problem.
The high ground whisperer knows what to do. He knows, chill out, farm some creeps.
He's very good at playing towards the scale and win condition. Yeah. He rarely throws that position. And I think that is something they needed, and it's slotted in real nice here. Again, whole new PC. Very nice.
What was the longest pause you had to go through with during TI? Do you have any memorable situations?
No.
Because I feel like I have to imagine it's pretty stressful to be in like one of the biggest games of your career and just have the entire thing.
You gotta stay calm.
Ground to a hole.
You gotta stay calm, cool, connected. You can't lose the energy. You gotta maintain the mentality.
Okay, so the last thing you said you think you would do is like, say, put your chair back.
Oh, that's fine.
In a resting position.
As long as you're chill, and you're vibing, you know?
It's just like a year ago. They're laying together on the TI stage.
Yeah, they're just boys hanging out in a pod, you know?
Yeah.
As long as people don't start to despair, you're happy in the pod. You know, that's all that matters.
Despair in the pod.
As long as no one's freaking out, going crazy.
Did you ever have anybody freak out?
There was a couple times where someone really, you know, bathroom emergency. You're like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Why did we take
like
care
you don't
of
think it was a real bathroom emergency?
No.
You think they were just like overthinking it?
No, it was real. But it's like you gotta prep yourself for a series, right?
Sure. Okay.
You don't want to come out of that booth and some guy was like, oh, I could think about that entire game. I think also a lot of these teams, if you look at the history of Dota, the teams that are playing now, particularly these guys in the Falcons booth, I look at Snaking and I think what Tundra developed in their TI win that carried over a lot of their teams in terms of the communication. I think OG kind of solidified how much comms matter and did it in their way.
Yep.
And then Tundra said, we're going to take that idea and make it professional. Not that OG weren't professional, but like as concise as possible, as clear as possible, get rid of all the chatter.
Right.
They're not chat wheeling. They're not doing that nonsense. It's just straight comms. And I think that's carried over into this Falcon squad, talking to AOI, Snaking, Crit. Their comms are very discreet. No messing around, no bad information unless they're just trash talking and the game's over.
Sure.
And I think you see that in a lot of modern teams now catching up to that, streamlining the communication as much as possible. Back in the day, people were just shouting random stuff, man. You're going in the middle of a fight, some guy's yelling, drop your stick, and you're like, what is going on? It's crazy. Like, it's just, you think back on this, and it's silly how far behind you were. But that's the progression of a competitive landscape is things are always progressing, whether you realize it or not. And you better work hard and hope that you are on the cutting edge of that and you're not falling behind.
Who are the biggest yappers of all time, Dota history? Because I'm already thinking, imagine a team with these two players. Ready? Eternal Envy and Nightfall.
I knew you were going to say those two. I knew you were going to say those two.
Can you imagine like
it wouldn't be, no, it wouldn't function.
The brain jam that you're experiencing being on this team?
I was on a team with one of them and it barely functioned. So like, it's no way it's functioning with both of those. It's just not happening, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
What are some other yappers?
I think a lot of captains were, like the classic 5-position captains were the biggest talkers back in the day. Outside of you were a tempo controller, like an S4 archetype.
Yeah.
Those were also the big communication players. Honestly, Snaking was a yapper back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really was. And I think he's still a very communicative player, but maybe he's taken a step back. I think he talks less as a support than he did as an offlaner.
Yeah, as an offlaner, he was crazy at.
And I think offlaners in general tend to talk more. They're
you have to. You're very often you're the archetype for starting the fight.
Sure.
Right? You have to be able to tell your team you're starting that fight.
Well, I also think their perception of themselves is they're just the bad boy on the squad. I'm like the renegade offlaner, you know. I'm the real carry in this game. Someone's got to do the heavy lift.
No lane, no net worth, just a blink dagger and balls. Let's go.
That's how it was. I think back to, you know, players like Mind Control was a big shot caller. ATF is obviously a huge shot caller.
Yeah.
It's just so many classes. Seb, the archetype captain from the offlane, right?
Yeah. Okay, so you said something very interesting recently. You said that you maybe not every, but most of the TI winning squads, you felt like had an offlaner that was ahead of their time. That was.
I stand by that statement. Yes.
Or
maybe not ahead.
Back through it.
Maybe not ahead, but in their prime and the offlaner of the year or top 2 of the year.
Yeah. And the first one that comes to mind, where you go back through history, right? Alliance Bulldog, right? He changed
trendsetter
the offlane
for sure
entirely. Right. Going how long can I take a nap? All right, Maureen's really not concerned at all with the state of the game, apparently.
Oh, he's chilling.
Because it's not going well for Falcons, but he, you know, maybe he takes a nap and it's all changed. But then going on from there, right? You pointed out Universe for EG. He was obviously one of the best in the world to ever do that.
Yeah.
Then next up was Wings, right? He went into TI6 as the best offlaner in the world.
Probably the most versatile up to that point, I would say. Maybe
you think Mind Control was that ahead of the game for TI7?
Yes. I think he really took playing edges to the map to the next level and specializing on a group of heroes that enabled the team. I also think he was one of the first players that could kind of play sacrificial or scaling style and make both work really well. He was a very unique player, for sure, at the time.
I think TI8 Seb, though, I don't think you would say he was, like, he individually was ahead, would you?
Yes, ideas-wise. I think OG was...
Like, specifically, okay, so my understanding would be, as a team, they were very ahead.
But I think a lot of those ideas came from him and No-Tail.
Okay.
You know, brainstorming it up, the draft ideas, the ideas on comms, draft, strategizing. I also think Seb had very good ideas for his own role in particular. I think he was ahead in itemization. I go back to some of the games. I go back to the TI game where he built pipe on Legion Commander.
Yeah.
Who was doing that back then?
Yeah, nobody.
Nobody was doing that. And so I think in that sense, yeah, absolutely. His ideas about connecting heroes too, the fast-paced nature of a game, how fast you can take a game over. I'm not saying it was all him, but like, it flowed through him to a large degree.
Yeah. TI-10 collapse. All right, there's a trend going on here, but how? Like, surely some of this is revisionist history, right?
Yeah,
they're the best offlaner in the world because they won TI.
Yeah, for sure. But part of that is, I think, if you're trying to build a championship team, if you're trying to win this tournament, and you as a team don't feel your offlaners in that category, you can sense it real quickly. You have to have that confidence, that faith. And as an offlaner, you have to believe in yourself to that degree because the role is very nebulous. It's very easy to lose faith in what you're doing. You get lost in the sauce, lost in the meta. Am I a jump stun? Am I a lane shove hero? Am I a scaling offlaner, right? Like, you can do anything and make it work, but you have to have the identity. You have to have the clear idea. I think that's what worked for ATF last year. At TI-14, right? This guy has such a clear identity of, when I tell you what style ATF is playing in offlane, everybody in the world instantly knows this guy's farming, he's scaling, he's anti-carry, he's lane dominant. Like, you know exactly what his game looks like.
Dame goes for 33. Incredibly stylized offlane play.
Yeah, and that's the point in Dota history we're at, is you have to be that good, you have to be that confident in the way you're playing the game and force people to respond to you. You can't be some guy who's like, yeah, I'm going to try and do what Collapse does, you know. It's not going to work out for you.
You have to mold the game to your style.
That's right.
Not the other way around.
So I think those are the guys who go on to win this event. It's not easy to find, and sometimes you don't even know you're that guy until you win. I think that's true of a lot of champions sometimes, but some guys definitely know before.
And that's why you have had so much faith in Team Vision this year, right? Because you
I'm a big Notice fan.
I think Notice is the new best offlaner in the world.
He has potential. He has potential.
He will get there.
I think he's the breakout offlaner this season, and I think that has catapulted them and Yandex early on to like some great results. So yeah, always got to look for that super pivotal role at these big land events.
That's a rough one. Half the hero damage of Skeeter to Samael. A little different there with the Alchemist Wind Ranger, but obviously that last team fight, that was the pivotal moment for the Alchemist to be able to shine. And, well, he did the exact opposite of shine.
I will say the biggest thing, it looks like we're getting close to coming back here. When you come back in from this pause, one, you need to reset the energy to where it was. Okay. Don't want to be too lax. You also don't want to, you're hyperventilating or whatever. Obviously, that's less likely. All right, got to bring that energy up.
I'm kind of freaking out right now.
No, don't be freaking out.
I'm a hyperventilating.
No, you got to calm down.
You talk me through it. You talk me through it.
You got to calm down.
Give me an example of what like you as a captain are stepping in and telling your team.
If I feel like the energy is too low, which is usually the case coming out of a pause, you need to amp people back up a little. You need to say, hey, let's get focused, wake up. Maybe you can yell at people a little, snap at them. Hey, look at me. Let's get back in this game. Remind us what we're doing. We're making this move. We think they're here. We think they're going for this timing play. Let's regroup. I don't think it's ever bad after a pause to just kind of reset, have nothing happen for 30 seconds, and then go for something.
Okay.
Because a lot of times something bad can happen to you because your mentality changes a little bit. Your feel for the game shifts a little bit, right? And you just want to reset that.
The same for both teams, though? Their feel of the game is off. So why don't you just,
But the thing is, Falcons are behind here.
Ah, okay.
Right? They have less to lose.
It's not worth it.
Yes, they have less to lose. So Falcons, they might just try and
you already see Lordoff is drawing the circles. He's saying, all right, we know where they're at.
Yes, exactly. And that's what you want to do if you're Nigma. And if you're Falcons, like, you need to remember where you are in this game. Yeah, you're behind, but you have this out timing. You're trying to use it right now. You don't want to lose sight of that. You have an opportunity to try and turn this game off of Skeeter's strength as we go back into it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Falcons
attack.
with the smoke expired. They are going to back out of their aggression. They have a ward that they can go back to here. It's a nice ward, but for now, they're just going to back away, farm up. Mars already out of here, already farming up in the top corner of the map. Nigma Galaxy are going to stay a little bit more grouped up until they see some more heroes. They're beginning to show. They're going to show on mid.
Totally fine.
Somebody at top lane at some point.
And then you make your move. You either kick some heroes out. You can force Roshan here. I think that's the riskier play. I don't think it's necessary either. You do have BKBs on your two cores, however, so I think it is an option if you feel that Falcons have moved away to top half of the map or just giving you too much freedom. These are what you're looking for, though. You always have this bottom lane pressure. Either it's Dominator Creep or Furion, pushing this lane all the way to Falcons tier 3. That is your informational advantage on the map right now, and you should be able to make a play off of that. Outpost also increases the likelihood you just man up for Roche on this side of the map right now. Otherwise, it's heading top at 2 minutes, and it's going to go into their vision, which I think feels a little awkward.
Is under attack.
You got to make a call quick here if you're Nigma Galaxy. You're going to make this objective play, or are you going to try and hunt heroes on the map?
Bounty Hunter's going to go for the hunt. Moonlight Shadow.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Might find him here. Oh, he's got to get.
They're going to catch him right as he went for the TP. Nice pick off. The neutrals will do what they can to interfere, but
died pretty fast.
Now straight to Roshan, right? You're right outside the pit. You just killed the mid laner.
Yes, 100%.
GH is going to get even more catch. Like Devi with the Radavatos Gleipnir build, extra catch. Now we've got a Blink Dagger build up for the Mirana. I mean, these guys are going to be moving fast around the map.
I like their organization. The Gleipnir is the only one I'm like unsure of, but it makes sense in terms of we just want to get some extra stuns and catch and make this lineup a lot easier to function in terms of catching heroes in the fight. There is the stick that got dropped off the courier. Free up some slots here. Very important. And they'll give it to Lornoff. Still has slots to utilize it well.
I like Nigma Galaxy smoke up during that Roshan. They got their position for the team fight. They were really prepared just in case Falcons did contest them.
You should be. You should never assume that Falcons are just sleeping on the job. They've absolutely contested objectives 4v5, 3v5. If they feel their other two cores are strong enough. This is probably an unlikely game for that to happen, but you do not want to break the opportunity. Done. That's tough for Skeeter to go into. I mean, this is the target you want to jump and just try and burst down with the Basher build up. Evasion makes it really difficult.
Yeah, you can't hit the Wind Ranger with a Wind Run. Now it feels like you can't hit the Furion with the Butterfly.
Who are you hitting in this game?
Dire are scanning.
Find a Bounty Hunter and Reaper him again? It's not going to win you the long haul.
Maybe hit some more neutrals until you maybe hit the enter button and GG.
That was a nasty jackal.
Nice little tension. More gold for Lorna. Dude, I don't know how he keeps on getting these Wrath of Natures. Like, even when it looks like Nigma Galaxy is not trying to give it to him, he still snipes it every time.
He is fat. Very fat. His net worth counts more for the Alchemist.
42
right
damage. That's how he got the last hit.
Hey, give it to the man. He knows what he's doing out here.
He's about to complete a Hurricane Pike after that Butterfly was complete. It's just 1 minute an item, another minute another item. Nice Vlad's pickup. That's a cool idea. Just get more team fight.
Are Falcons really going to try and jump the Furion up here? This is
try. They're going to go for it.
Wild.
It seems like not a great idea. They're still going to follow it up. Drop the wall just in case. Lornoff's going to battle this out. He's not worried about this at all. He's got an extra life, and then he's got a BKB he can slot in. So that Stampede from Falcons is going to have to be used to just retreat. And Nigma Galaxy, they stick around to take this tier 2. Lornoff's coming back for it. Why not?
Well, Aegis for 2 minutes here. Should not be afraid of forcing objectives.
And you should keep this pace going for a high ground hit with the last minute left on Aegis, right?
I don't think you have to force high ground with this Aegis. You don't have a banner or anything. Makes it a little more difficult. I think you'd rather just choke the map and look for kills. That's what your lineup's designed to do.
GH. That the Yule setup into the arrow. Crit. He's going to be stopped so he can't get the hook shot in.
Damn it.
The arrow. Oh, man, that Aghanim Scepter combined with the Wrath of Nature. Now maybe they get snaking as well. Divide fishing for the vacuum. Hits him with the Gleipnir. Now pulls him back into play. And Lornoff delivers the damage. It's just too easy. A 1-2-3 and a lane of barracks for Nigma Galaxy in a game 2.
GH destroyed this game. It absolutely destroyed it in combination with Omar. They found so many just clutch little two-man pickoffs with a Furion connection. Set this game up beautifully. And there's going to be multiple lanes. You can buy the Necrophos here. I just don't know what he's doing in the fight. This has been a very imminent game for Omar. We're probably going to see him on a different hero in this game 3.
Yeah, imminent
Tried
game
to make it
for
work.
Falcons all around, right? I mean, it feels like nobody has really done anything. They've got 5 kills.
They're threatening Megas. And the Centaur got caught on the TPGH again.
He just keeps racking him up. He'll keep tracing him. Maureen would have to do some crazy juke in order to get a
3-man wall mid.
GH is just going to keep following him. And yeah, they're actually going to fight this up a little split off because Sumail left. Is it possible for them to win this mid fight? Because Maureen is certainly going to be dying up here in the corner. They can at least get 1 kill. The bounty hunter is going to be going down. Maureen is finally going to fall with a sprout. They chased after Devi.
Might be able to get him here.
It's taking a long time. Here comes Amar, but he's got the Reaper sight, but he doesn't have the mobility. Oh, he lets the Viper back in. Devi, you don't want this. You don't want this at all. The Reaper sight trying to get him right now, but now Lornoff is going to join the team. The Reaper sight then finally goes through and it gets the kill.
Might get Skeeter.
Going to be in trouble. It'll be well worth it if they hit the Galaxy to high ground. He gets the hit.
Of course, Lornoff don't miss. No way he's going to miss up that high ground.
Almost level 25 and ready to rock. A high ground hit. GH is going to set up the kill on Amar. Perhaps the arrow does land. Look at the Starstorm damage raining in. They finish him off. Does manage to use the shard there to get some distance, but Lornoff put the damage on him. Amar cuts the trees. Very swift. Gets back to the fountain, but you can retreat. Your buildings cannot. Lornoff, they'll get the tier 3 before they back away. They'll respect the fact that Falcons, they could still fight this potentially. There's no reason to do this without Devi.
Don't know the out buyback status. He didn't have it there. You just have to assume because he's an out.
Yep.
A little worried about getting turned around on.
They got the Wisdom Shrine for Lornoff, so that is level 25 at 35 minutes. He's got the upgraded Treants. It's all but guaranteed they're going to get Megas at this point.
It's a lot of map pressure to deal with. You maybe get 1 or 2 more items here to try and stem the bleeding, turn the tide if you're Falcons. And you have to land a big Reaper kill I think you have to be able to Reaper kill the Wind Ranger or the Furion at some point to win the overall fight. Interesting little creep trap here.
The neutrals in the tree. Okay.
Why not? Think about what you've done.
Like that one has the high ground though.
Dire are scanning.
Easy to look out.
All right, well, Nigma Galaxy, I mean, you got stalled out by Falcons in game 1 where they played for Roshan. There's no reason why you can't return the favor to them. Their 24,000 net worth lead. You can wait a little bit for Aegis, collect that extra life before you get Megas.
Even have Wind Waker completed on GH, also level 20, so the Starstorm damage just increased, and he has a save for the Reaper.
Omar has got a save for himself with an Aeon disc. So when he's scouting out these heroes, Falcons can't even really set up a trap and punish him too easily.
Now, fight's just becoming more and more difficult.
Anything Falcons are picking up that...
They have Nullifier on the out.
Okay, so...
That is something that allows you to potentially just all in that first target off the chain stun. Even through the Wind Waker and some of these defensive mechanisms. I do think it's the correct purchase here from Skeeter. It's just going to be difficult to connect everything on the target you want. Again, you have to find the Wind Ranger or the Furion at some point to take some damage out of the fight. Wind Ranger might just kill Skeeter straight up. Sumail has a full Hydra's Breath.
Yeah, he's doing the percentage-based damage that makes it... How much do you think this item has changed the game when it comes to these tanky lineups that are so meta?
It's very efficient. We just don't see it as much anymore. It's extremely expensive to build up. It's a great late game item. I also feel like a lot of times your 6 slots, you just rather have something else there. You'd rather have an MKB or a Satanic plus Daedalus or something of this nature. Not the preferred item for a lot of players in the final 6 slots, but there are games where it does look very good on paper. Okay. 600 gold for 5 minutes on Alec. That is rough.
Yeah, that's really bad.
That is rough.
Do you think that Hydra's Breath is like a hard counter to like this Centaur Heart, or do you feel like I feel like it's not actually like it's good, but it's not a full counter?
No, I think oftentimes you're better off with just Satanic plus MKB, Satanic plus Daedalus. It is better. Higher single target first damage. The Hydra's going to do more over the long run in the fight. It can be nasty if you're hitting multiple heroes. And here's the last desperation smoke from Falcons.
Push out, drop wards, do what you can.
There's the bounty.
Get the initiation, but Amar's going to walk straight into them. What are you going to do about it? I've got an Aeon disc, 4 taps away. Meanwhile, Maureen ripped apart. Man, Sumail did some work on him. Skeeter's trying to do what he can with the Abyssal Blade to follow after me. Shot, but there's too much damage, too much evasion. Go to Wind Waker, but there's the Wind Waker save. And that's it. Falcons, I don't think they have anything left in the tank. Maybe you can get Sumail, but Lornoff is just going to town. You dealt with one of the cores. What about the other one? What about the supports who are super farmed? What about the offlaner? They'll come through and chase you down.
And what about your base? The reason Maureen's seeping out there is the super level treants just killed your Megas.
Oh no.
That fight was doomed before it started.
Well, here comes Megas, Falcons. In it for the long haul now with 4 minutes left on the Aegis.
They just have answers for everything in the team fight. And this Alec absolutely needed MKB. He had no shot of getting through the Wind Ranger or the Furion there.
Just one man stomp. Send the helmet on. Hook shot. In a position to get the Pogs pushback, but they're going to be fighting without Reaper's Sight, so no early fast kill. And tough to deal with Lornoff. He's got a Satanic, he's got an Aegis, he's got a ton of damage. He kills Shakiro on the retreat. Snaky's not getting out of here, nor is Zamar. He can pop the Ghost Shroud, but they've got time on Nigma Galaxy. A Yule to stop Maureen, straight into the arrow. They finish him off. 3 dead. Falcons, nothing left but the tier 4s and a throne. They're going to fall shortly.
Lornoff, he's thinking about going for some fountain diving at this point.
Yeah, why not? They're willing to fountain farm you. Turn it right back around to Sprout into a shackle. Easily set up. Little 1 or 2 man combos here they've got.
That's over.
Skeeter going for the kill, but they're going to call GG before Skeeter is even dead, and we will see a game 3. 2 extremely one-sided games between these 2 teams. What is a game 3 going to look like here?
I'm very hyped this is going to a game 3.
Prophet, like the Husker from that game 1, he had free reign of that early game. He TP'd bottom, got a kill. He got dove in that mid lane, got 2 kills. TP top, killed the Alchemist. And because of that, his team were able to snowball from the side lanes too, and that bled into the mid lane.
And I feel like big credit to the supports this game because they don't have an easy game to play. Like, I think neither Bounty Hunter nor Mirana really have like that nice setup for them. I mean, Bounty has the Dark Shade that he can play through, but especially the Mirana, like he landed a lot of arrows on like Bounty Hunter in the stuns, and I'm sure you guys at home, like, there's no way you guys could have done that. Like, this is GH, like, truly being an amazing player.
If you think about it, that stun, it's not a full stun. It's this micro stun that he's able to time the arrow in the perfect direction. Like, the supports for sure. It's so easy to sit here and be like a Nature's Prophet that's very global. Great, it joined team fights. It was able to farm. We still want to give it its flowers, especially that showing on Larinov. But Amar had only played 3 heroes when it came to a position 4 throughout that group stage, that there was that question mark of, okay, well, he's probably just going to go back to it. We don't really need to target it, but there isn't going to be anything new that comes out. And he rocks up. And they're 1 game down in a best of 3, this upper bracket, and he goes, I'm pulling out the Bounty Hunter. It's been the flavor of the day, and I'm going to show you that it's something I'm incredibly comfortable and confident of.
Yeah, it looked really good against Falcons. And I mean, it's looked, like you said, it looked good all day. The hero just seems to be very powerful. For whatever reason, it's just good against the meta. Sometimes heroes just pop up like this, and you have to just respect them before you understand them. Like, they may not fully get why it's so powerful, but you can feel that we kind of got ransacked this game, and it felt really hard, and maybe we just need to get rid of this guy because we don't know how to counter him yet. He's too new to the meta.
Yeah, I mean, I would say we as a panel definitely underestimate whatever Nigma's draft was. I didn't think it was going to play out this way.
Yeah.
Because you don't win a game like this unless your draft is good. So whatever they saw, we didn't see, and, you know, that's props to them.
Yeah, as that game unfolded, I think the Bounty Hunter played out really beautifully, and I would attribute that to because the rotations from Nature's Prophet in the early game were so successful. What ended up happening was that all of the tier 1s were taken, I think, in under 12 minutes. There was no tier 1 bottom, no tier 1 mid, and no tier 1 top. And the reason why that's an issue is if you look at Falcons draft, Necrophos on a side lane and Alchemist on a side lane, they need their towers because they need access to camps. They need to be able to farm. And if their towers are run early, then a Bounty Hunter who's Iron Shelf is walking into your camps and taking them away from you. That's what losing your towers takes away from you, and that's why the Bounty Hunter looked amazing.
I also remember something that we used to think on Liquid for a very long time is that Nature's Prophet is just fundamentally good against Falcons, because Falcons likes to play the split map. They like to be like a little bit all over the place, and Prophet essentially just whatever move you do that you would normally only want to bring 2 heroes to, you just get a +1 for free, either through the ult or through him also teleporting and showing up.
And that was something that you guys said was so detrimental for the side of Nigma Galaxy in game 1 is they didn't have that, right? Because of how rough the laning phase went for the Nature's Prophet, it felt like he was playing catch up this whole time. This time around, he gets a much better lane for himself. The side lanes are going stronger as well, so a mid Nature's Prophet feels like it is a stronger avenue for Nigma Galaxy to play through, but they're punishing exactly what you guys said Falcons love to do, and that's to play in every lane to push out as much as possible. And now it's okay, we actually don't have a map, and we also can't push out waves without feeling like someone's sitting right on top of us and is going to be able to shut us down quickly.
Yeah, the punish is absolutely the right word. And I think you look at this fight, man, Lornov has an incredible BKB reaction to this Alchemist stun in a little bit. You can see there's some poking going on, and the Alk is charging up, and he goes on this Necrophos before too long, and Lornov is just... Man, it's crazy how slept on this guy was in a lot of ways throughout the entire year, and he joins this team, and he just looks like one of the best mids in the world. Look at this BKB.
That's crazy, pal.
Like, it's not that long. Like, that is very quick. And it turns this whole fight. Now Alchemist runs away, wastes his whole BKB duration, has no HP. Like, it's the little plays like that that show Nigma's not just here because of some strategical thing, because they're running at people, whatever. Like, they are in zone and playing really well. GH is like 9-1 and 17 at the end of this game. Omar also has only 4 deaths. Like, it's super clean across the board with a lot of individually good performances. I think this fight shows, like, they're not winning off some cheese. Like, I don't know. Honestly, coming into this, I doubted them like crazy. They were like the team I thought of the least going into this, and they are proving me wrong, genuinely. I think that game was very impressive. And not only do you not win with a good draft or like that, but you also don't win a game like that without playing really well.
Yeah. That fight brings so many questions for me. Yes, that massive props for the side of Nigma Galaxy, but also the way that Falcons initiated in it, because I'm seeing them know that they're not necessarily at a numbers advantage, yet Malrine is still engaging when their support are making their way around it, when the Alk doesn't feel like he's ready to jump in at the same time Mallory does. And I'm looking at this and I'm wondering what was the misplay, if there was one, or if this is truly chalked up to Nigma Galaxy made it hard for Falcons to want to commit in that fight.
And I think if you're running mid-Centaur, that's kind of how you have to play. You have to go in early, soak up damage, tank spells, and he did all of those things, but they were in a position where they were so behind in net worth that they couldn't make the magic that they usually do happen. And watching that team fight play out, it begs the question of, was the Alchemist the right call? You already have a Blink stun hero in the Centaur, and what you lacked is damage. Is Alchemist the hero that's going to provide you a damage? Why do you need 2 Blink stun heroes? Potentially, they thought their lanes would go better, and the game wouldn't look like that, but if the lanes fall apart, then their draft is redundant. I hate to say it.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big, like, while that is true, and I think there is a redundancy there, I put more fault on the Centaur than I do the Alchemist. I feel like a big reason why Lornov is able to make so many moves and Falcons can't do anything is Centaur as a mid-hero does not do anything until he has Helm Blink. That's like, I don't know, 6,000 gold or something with all the small items. And Necrophos is never really going to TP react. So now you're in a situation where 2 guys are just sitting there and Nature's Prophet is everywhere. So every fight is a 4v2 or a 4v1. How can Falcons fight back? And to me, the Centaur mid, if he does not win his lane, not just draw, not just do okay, but win, is just completely useless because he stands around, presses one R button, once every 2 minutes while his team gets massacred. It looked terrible.
It was not the showing that we expected from Falcons, considering how strong that game #1 was for them. But these teams have been preparing for this matchup for a couple of days now. And it wasn't just preparation that was on the cards for them, but it was also expressing and sharing with us how they're feeling coming into the main stage into a top 8 for TI.
The international for Team Falcons, when we arrived here in Shanghai, there was a typhoon and our flights got canceled. We only came like a day and a half before the tournament officially started, so jet lag was really bad. And it was a tough start, and then suddenly we were facing LGD first round with a stand-in. We ended up winning that series, but then we kind of lost the next 2 series.
We understood we missing just like quite a bit to get to be at the top at least of the tournament. So we just kind of step up and had a talk together so we could actually fix these things.
I always believed in our team that we could always come back and learn from our mistakes and get better in the group stage. And that's exactly what happened last year at TI, and we ended up winning.
I'm happy that we qualify. I don't care about which way, 4-0 like any others. We qualified and that's it. We're still in the upper bracket. And I'm just happy about it.
Our next match against Nigma Galaxy is a bit of a old rivalry.
I'm just feeling happy that I'm going to face them. I'm going to help Amar to actually beat them.
I think it'll be a fun and competitive series, so we'll see how it goes.
Some games we're having a good lead, but we just don't know how to close the game.
It's just classic Falcons, where we always somehow end up fumbling the opening series. We always drop the first game, and then we start slowly ramping up, and we're getting better and better for the playoffs.
The TI is going to be very important for me because it's going to be first time my parents coming with my wife.
I just hope that I'll be able to play a couple more series for my family who's coming for the first time to see me play at the international, and that's quite meaningful.
I would say TI means everything for me as a professional player.
The last time I was here in Shanghai was in 2019, where OG ended up upholding the trophy for the 2nd time in a row, and that's really set like very deep memory in my heart because they were the first team to win it back-to-back, and now I also have the chance to do it as well. So this is something that I really want to accomplish and do, and if I were to do it, that would be like a dream come true.
The previous stat that we won, and just when we qualified to play off, and there was like opening ceremonial, I was like, my tear was coming from my eyes because like that's what I was playing for it, and I just wanted to be there because like if I'm gonna see my personally with my eyes, Gaben, I will be like even the voice when he's saying welcome to the international is like my head is just exploding because like I actually hear, I'm part of it.
I tell you, these players, every year, there's another reason why I feel like I'm cheering for them. Snay and Malrine, they're giving us more reasons. The first time that they're going to have a lot of family members in the crowd, watching them here in Shanghai as well. But even a step further, when it comes from snaking here, he's like, I saw in Shanghai OG win back-to-back TIs, the first time ever. They're ready to repeat, but for him, it's that extra step. First player to be able to win 3 TIs as well. So this man is constantly striving to do more, 4 more people as well.
Yeah, that's just snaking. He's a grinder. He's played Dota and only Dota since the beginning of Dota 2's existence, whether it be in NA, in the trenches, or in recent years finally getting to the top echelon. I think he is one of the hardest workers and one of the longest lasting grinders of anyone. I think he is like the longest lasting player at this tournament, him and Crit. So these I don't know, it means a lot to them, and they've been here for a long time for a good reason. They really care about the game. It's a huge part of their life, and I don't know. I mean, I was there with him at TI9, losing to Hector, farming on Wraith King, and then watching OG win and just being sad. And he wants a chance to do that to some other teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, and interviews like that are so endearing to me because sometimes it's easy to forget that professional players are also big Dota fans too, and they're moved by the same moments that we are, like OG winning twice in Shanghai. And Snare is someone who sees it, thinks that he can do it for himself, and they might be able to do it now.
Yeah, the motivation is there for themselves, not just necessarily carving their names again on that Aegis to be another team that joins the ranks and the likes of what OG were able to do. But the fact that they have so many family members, so many fans here in Shanghai cheering for them. We heard these players walking out there into the booths for their game number 3 in an upper bracket best of 3. And you got a question, Insania, where exactly does the cookie crumble on the side of these two teams? A dominant game each way, a 1-1.
I mean, I think for Falcons, it's probably going to be something similar. This is part of their strength, is we run back the same thing and we'll just do it better. That is their solution to every single problem you present to them. It's just, we're going to do what we did last game, just better. And I think for Nigma, it's how can we recreate a similar situation? Because I think they showed in game 1 that if their draft does not go nicely for them, they can look like Nigma from 3-4 months ago. And here they showed the Nigma that we saw in the group stage, Nigma that we want to see. And personally, I like the Huskar ban. I think that set them up for success. They need to make the game like as not cheesy as possible, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking that if the Huskar ban comes back in game 3, they should just ban the Nature's Prophet. I think this Nature's Prophet is baiting them into weird drafts and weird situations, and I think their Centaur mid
Trying to recreate this magic of an 11-minute victory that they got a couple weeks ago with his off-lane Necro. Maybe that sort of clouds the judgment a little bit. I'm not really sure exactly where they're going to sit for themselves, how strong their faith is going to be in running that one back, or if they're going to try and find something a little bit different. Not telltale that a Necro is going to be sitting in that off-lane.
I think the initial 4 bans of this draft is extremely interesting. I think for a lot of series, like, it doesn't matter that much, but there's a lot of question marks. I think there's the Huskar question mark, there's the Prophet, the Bounty. I think if Falcons are on second pick, they might even ban both.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, to me, this IO support is a funny ban. It's so fully respect because no one else is playing its support at all. So I wonder if they're actually gonna run that back, or if they're going to alter to different paths.
Well, there's a lot of questions you guys want, and I'm here to give you the good news. Those questions will be answered as we're getting into our game number 3.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Where are our first bans going to fall? Which heroes will not get to see themselves picked up in this Game 3 draft? We do have Nigma Galaxy being a first pick. That is the same as what happened in game number 2. And so it does give Falcons that avenue of this 4th ban here in the first phase. They've taken out the Io Coddle Ember. That's been consistent through all 3 games. Game 2, it was Wyvern. This time around, is it a bounty? No, it's going to be that Nature's Prophet. They're not willing to do that trade, and they go, where exactly are you going to go now, Nigma Galaxy? And it is back to that bounty.
Yep, I think this makes a lot of sense. I think Falcons should have seen this coming.
Oh, sure, for sure.
I think the Ember ban is a little bit weird. Like, there's no way Nigma would first ban Ember, or first pick Ember Spirit rather. So you are saying this is a future ban with the Ember Spirit, and we're okay with you taking bounty now. We think that wasn't the problem. Nature's Prophet was the problem. That's their assessment.
I mean, sometimes it's also like you map out the draft and you feel like we'll give them the bounty, but then at some point they're gonna have a problem. Like, they're gonna, on the 4th pick, they're gonna run into an issue. They don't have a hero that they can actually play. So if you give them the bounty and ban out the Ember, maybe Ember is for whatever reason that hero that's gonna create issues for the things that they want to pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely possible. And the Lina response, I think, is
And I think it's just the track vision on this hero plus one blink stun, like a Tiny, for example, with the tossback. The ability to instantly jump her is their solution to her. And I think it's still pretty functional. You have to enable it through the draft, but the Lina pick into it, to me, says Malorian's playing for the lane. He's not going for these centaurs anymore. He's just going to pick his level 30 Lina, dumpster, whatever hero Lorenoff's going to play, and the game's going to go off of that. But as it progresses, I think the macro is very much there for Bounty Hunter.
yeah, I think you want something that helps you kill him, because you don't have much kill threat on him on your own, so you want something like the Clockwork, or some dude who just locks onto him and lets you dump all your spells, and so you can just kill him when he runs into these in-between areas. So especially Soxa just running around causing mayhem, and they can't actually kill him, they're chasing him around forever. You want these fast kills where you insta-kill the Bounty Hunter, you don't wait too much time, and then you put him back in base and you start the clock running.
I would say Lina is, like, to some degree pretty good at defending her own side of the map. Like,
yeah.
I think this hero likes to farm her own camps. Like, we refer to them as a Lorenoff camps, funnily enough, which is mid lane tier 2 tower. And whenever Bounty would enter that kind of space, she has a very easy time just, like, blasting him off the screen. I personally hate Crystal Maiden, but I know Falcons love this hero and they're very successful with it. It's
I feel like you need to be more specific. It's Owie and Snake King. Every time a patch drops, they're in there running the numbers, they're crunching it. They're like, Crystal Maiden, can we make her work this patch? Is she gonna be our support? We need to be able to play. We need to fit her into a draft.
Yeah, I feel like they love this hero. I personally, like, in the last couple of years of my career, my relationship with CM kind of fell off. I loved playing her in the start, but then towards the end, we weren't very friendly. We weren't on good terms.
You know what it is, Aiden? It's because you were a selfless support player for a lot of your career, and a lot of these fives who love CM are very farm-brained. You know, they want to frostbite creeps, and with the new CM build of buying the shard early, whenever it's ready, you buy it and you just get all the farm all over the map.
I was selfless, because he keeps claiming that I was a kill stealer.
You had one phase where you were playing Tinker and taking all of the farm, but aside from that, you've been pretty selfless. So I'll defend you.
My Rubik never stole any kills.
Never.
I don't even want to think about it.
Just like Lorenoff in the last game. Anyways, back to Mirana. They ran the same combo as in last game, right?
Yep.
I feel like this... The question, I think when you do this, made it come together, it's still strong.
Yeah, you're sitting in that camp that with the lean CM right now, you are wondering if there is an answer in the back pocket.
No, I'm saying like Nigma's running back the exact same two supports.
Oh, you're just saying what they're thinking.
Yeah, and they don't have Nature's Prophet, which I think is kind of like a statement. It's like, this is just broken. We don't need the specific draft setup to make it work. Which I think they probably, like, I feel like that's what made it work. It was everything coming together in a nice way, but they're saying it's not the case.
You know, it's easy to feel that way if you have a mid-Nature's Prophet getting you side lane kills every 2 minutes, and then you have an early Yules on Mirana, and you're landing every arrow. I think that's a very cool approach, even though it looks weird.
Yep.
No, I think Nigma have really cooked this game. The first 2 games was not a fan. Second game I was proven wrong, but I think Underlord is one of the classic responses to Tiny because you've got a ton of percentage damage and you've got a spell that locks him in place forever. So whenever he jumps into the fight and full commits like that hero has to do, he only does damage at point blank range. Well, you hit him and now he's stuck and then Sniper shoots him and he gets arrowed and you've got a lot of follow-up. So I think their draft, if you look at the heroes, they really work together. They've got a nice mix of disable with damage. They've got some beefy boys, they've got some follow-up. And I agree, if you look at Falcons, it's the triple range scare heroes. And that is not often a recipe for success. And it's also not a recipe that Falcons likes very much.
Prophet winning you side lanes. Sniper is very stationary. Sure, you can move to side lanes, but for the most part, he'll be sitting mid, he'll be farming. You're not going to have the same lead that you do. Your Underlord can connect and make things happen with an Atos, but it's not going to function in a way where you have the GPM lead versus Falcons. So I just think that Falcons can correct their draft with one more blink stun, and Nigma will still have these issues when I look at it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Do you think Mars is that guy? Because I think Mars's tournament has looked very underwhelming, right?
It doesn't necessarily have to be Mars, but within that archetype.
Okay.
Blink, tanky, lane with the 4-1 ranger, press stun, something to shut down the sniper.
It's also interesting, I don't know if they respect the Sumail safe lane invoker, but they banned invoker. Okay. Necro.
So carry Necro, I guess.
It's a good hero against Tiny. It's it's Tiny. When you play against Tiny, generally speaking, like you brought it up to percent damage, but he becomes so tanky that you can't kill him. Necro is like the guy that says like, you are never gonna get too tanky for me. I can always kill you.
Yeah, it's very good. I think what Mira said is very true, and I think you need to use the fact that Nigma, they have a little bit of what Falcons had going on last game, where it's 3 greedy cores, none of them like making moves. It's all in the supports and make moves, and so if Falcons have a way to do that themselves, they have a way to start fights, get the ball rolling, then I think you can have problems. The sniper hero is not picked very often for a reason. It's very volatile, and if you die once or twice early, suddenly you're just farming forever, and you can never take a fight because you'll just get jumped and die. And so it's a very different game. I think it's a great point.
How do you... I feel like playing these supports, like Mirana, Windrunner, it's very hard to get on top of Sniper. Or sorry, it's Crystal Maiden and Windrunner.
Yeah.
It's hard to enter that mid lane. Like, the area is very tricky to get to.
It very much is. I think you're probably playing through side lanes, or you're looking for support kills on the side, and you're not even trying to kill the sniper, because I think it's kind of just unreasonable for it to happen unless he makes a serious misstep. The Doom response I like a lot because it just sort of shuts down Necrophos' scaling in a lot of ways. He's supposed to be this big tanky bull. He outlasts the Tiny. He plays a long fight. Well, Doom says, well, you can't do that anymore. There's no healing. If you run into the fight and you try to blob on the Tiny and stand next to him, I'm dooming you, and now the fight has turned the other way. And so it's a very immediate response of like, you want to play this way? Well, you can't anymore.
And I love the counterpick to the Necrophos. I look at these two drafts, and I think that Nigma feel very inspired in their support duo from how Game 2 went, but I think this Game 3 will function very differently, and it's going to be trading farm in the mid lane, trading farm on the side lanes, and Falcons are very content to trade farm. The reason why they couldn't in that Game 2 was their lanes were crushed and their towers were gone. That's not going to be the case in this Game 3 from what I'm seeing.
Is there a potential for shake-up of tempo, though? Like, do you see Falcons going, we have strong lanes, and if they do well in those lanes, we could really see them push that? And if a team fight were to fail, it's not doom and gloom. They could still go back to that, okay, we'll just trade farm, we'll both see where we're at in another 10 to 15 minutes.
I think Falcons has very good scaling. I don't think they're scared about like the game being slow-paced and nothing happening, but I think what is scary for them is if it's like a prime sniper meta gameplay where the sniper and the two supports just like move around and you can't enter the area that they're in, and then they are just shooting down your towers from 2,000 range, and you just have to watch the tower die because there's nothing you can do about it. I think if that sort of gameplay can happen through Lorinov, then they have the potential to kind of snowball this game and take control of it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those games where you look at the draft and you can see a world where both teams' drafts function. And I think that's what you want for Game 3, the last series of the night. I look and I think whoever is on fire, who's playing to their strengths and using the heroes the way that they work, because the heroes work very differently. Like you said, it's not the same game as Game 2. I think Mira's on point. And I think, I don't know, I'm just looking forward to see it. I'm contractually obligated to root for my boy Cardell. I'm signed by John Sharpeye, so yeah. Big sniper fan here, and I think he's got it.
All right, well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with Quinn and his desire to see a sniper success there, but the fact that we have a 50-50 on this draft, one of the most even we've seen in this best of 3, well, that's what brings me excitement, but also the fact that it's going to be brought to us by Cap and SBG.
You're too kind, Nat. Thank you. That's right. We are going into our favorite situation. Avery, it's the last series of the night. It's a Game 3. It's past midnight. We're into some D-Gen hours here. The pressure is on, but also these teams are going to be fatigued. We're going to get weird with it.
Brings me back to those old NA pub days, you know, where some of these guys grew up. So you got to dig deep. You got to find your energy, find your focus, believe in your lineup, and just go with it. You can't start questioning things in the middle of this Game 3. That, to me, is one of the most important things about these very intense, very stressful situations. You don't want to get 30 minutes of this game and be like, man, should have we picked Necro? Should we pick Doom? Like, you don't want to have these thoughts enter your mind. You just need to be disciplined about it, come together as a team, believe in each other, believe in the calls, and full send it. Because the team that plays with confidence in this Game 3 is going to win it. I don't care about draft. It's all about confidence. It's about coming together as a 5-man unit and playing decisively. I think both of these lineups can be really annoying to play against with the super long-range turret heroes and these goobers that just go in and make space for them. Yep, but there's a lot of room for execution in that. I don't think either lineup is super straightforward.
Power shot. Cutting across the way there. Omar gets a little bit low, but they did the damage to Omar. And we'll see if that snowballs the lane a little bit, because it almost looks like they're going to start off with a little bit of tri-lane action here. Could be just what you need to get this Game 3 started off the right way. Even if they don't get the kill, they'll start off with some better trades and damage, that's for sure. It does leave the Underlord in lane alone for just a little bit, but it's against a Crystal Maiden. Meanwhile, the mid lane matchup, that's going to be the biggest one to watch. It's Lornoff Sniper versus Malrina Lina. This is Siggy's for both.
We were discussing the Sniper before the event. Like, who is scariest on this hero? Who can actually execute the Sniper and make it work? And the two players that at least I heard most people agree on was No One for P-Vision and Lornoff for Nigma Galaxy.
Yep.
Individually, they are super skilled on the hero, and as a team, they play really well around it. Maybe honorable mention to Thompson, but he was a stand-in, so I'm not going to give as much team credit there, though his sniper is insane.
Sure.
I think what makes a good sniper player is it feels like they always find a little extra farm, and they scale a little bit harder. They don't fall off, and they understand how to play around this hero in the first 10 minutes. To me, that is the most important thing about a sniper game. It has to find impact in the first 10 to 15. Bring supports to this hero, find ways to drag the enemy into unfavorable skirmishes and just abuse shrapnel, abuse the extra range. Be 5-0, 6-0, 9-0. We've seen this hero run games over. It can happen. It's a very obnoxious hero in terms of the zone of control. That's what we're going to see Nigma Galaxy try and provide here. They have two other heroes that can kind of frontline and tank some spells between Underlord coming in with Gate and the Necrophos just going in. That's kind of what the Doom is there, to break these frontline healers and open up some space. But their gap close is pretty minimal. So this Sniper should have a good time for a long time until the Tiny is fully online. And then maybe you can find him with this Skeeter jump. But that's about it.
Yeah, if you say comfort and confidence is going to be key to winning a Game 3 late into the night like this, I mean, you really can't get more confident if you're Nigma Galaxy for a sniper. Omar almost giving up the first blood, but does manage to get away with the invisibility, pops a Fairy Fire, and gets out. First blood still on the table here. But on the other side, Falcons, I feel like they also got to be very comfortable because they've got scale. Maybe they don't have the most signature heroes on every single one of their players, but they absolutely have scale, and they absolutely have the kind of style of game that I feel like Falcons is known for.
Lina can take Sniper on. It's not the best matchup for her, but if you get to the blink later on, you can just kind of blink stun him and try and burst him down. It can be a little bit of an obnoxious matchup.
Right.
They have some blink dagger heroes in all three cores potentially. Game can get really weird if it goes late here.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest one for me is that last pick Doom against the carry Necrophos. It was just like, okay, we're not going to let you be able to play scale into late game team fights. That's not going to happen. We're just going to doom you, and you don't have a carry anymore.
Maybe I'm most worried for Sumail in this game. I think his scale looks the most difficult. His impact in the fights looks the most difficult. This Necrophos just feels out of place to me. It's against a lot of long-ranged heroes, a lot of spellcasters, a displacement spell, an anti-healing spell in this Doom. It's just kind of miserable. He's going to have a good laning phase for sure. Safe lane Necro always does against any melee hero. But Amar, he already got ice armor. Kind of a little extra tankier up here, a little annoying. He's playing aggressive. He's finding some CS against the Necrophos early.
Centrally placed early here. So Omar's rotation is going to be spotted. Malrine is not going to fake anything here. Says, hey, I see you coming. Don't even try it.
It's a stable laning phase so far for Nigma Galaxy. They are top of the net worth and CS chart comfortably here. So they're getting what they want for all three of their cores. No early kills though. Little sad for the bounty hunter. Not a lot of courier snipes, not a lot of action. You want that extra experience if you can get it. I think the Maiden is an interesting pick.
Ooh, managed to get the Shackle on him. A big land. They still have the Fairy Fire, and they're turning around with another round of heal available. Sumail not actually that close to dying.
So much sustain for this hero.
Yeah.
Really got to be careful up here. If you're Falcons, you don't feed away some bad double kill. He just gets to regen back up. He has large one plus Fairy Fire plus range drop. You're still getting baited a little bit.
Oh, maybe it's Amar's getting baited in. So many heroes are low in this top lane. Everybody's baiting out their magic wands and their Fairy Fires and their Lotuses.
Whoever bites first is going to lose. And it could snowball this lane considerably. Could also maybe see that gate rotation off the Crystal Maiden. It's really tempting right now.
It's running into each other. Starstorm brings crit low. Quick little power shot, not going to do much damage there. GH out of leap charges. Missed. Low ground miss. Maybe Sumail can get the hit. He does, and that will deliver the kill to GH, who finally closes the distance just enough. He had to drop a board to be able to get it, but it's first blood. It's worth it.
Absolutely worth the first blood here. You can get the 6-minute Lotus too, as Wind Ranger either has to come back to lane or go somewhere else. That could also be worth it. 6-minute power runes also spawning, so where Crick goes right now, gonna go back top. Gonna fight for the Lotus. Try and deny that. This does free up the power rune for the sniper with the bounty roaming through mid. Support numbers advantage. And Malrine, he needs to be careful manning up for it. You don't want to get baited going for this rune without knowing where the bounty is. They're gonna bring the Maiden over.
Especially with level 6 on.
This is
picked up. They're gonna go for him. Pops out of the trees. Slow him down with the
it's a haste
rune. Oh no.
Run.
Can he get there in time? Starts running after him. Omar's just gonna try and keep it. Yeah, Malrine knows he can't really run so much. He's gonna turn fight. Laguna Blade goes back down, but now GH is gonna join in on the party, and Lornoff continuing to play with that haste rune. He gets low. Britt's gonna join in, already using the power shot. He's got another one coming up soon.
Damage is done though. That's a big kill for Sniper because he can run back towards the fountain. It's gonna speed up his heal here. That was a really fortunate rune. However, I think that's also a rune that I don't think you can get test up top with the bounty off the map. I think you just had to go bottom with the Lina and gamble with the main backup. You gotta respect where Omar is rotating towards. I was about to say, the Maiden pick, I'm not a huge fan of this hero. It can shut down Bounty Hunter early. It's hard to pop out if you just get frostbitten. It does give you some extra lane shove in the game. It's a hero that Falcons are really comfortable with. It's not a hero that's been too successful in the last year or so, though. It's really difficult to make work because you're not that unkillable support archetype.
Yeah.
You don't have some big survivability spell. The shard's a little bit, but Maiden is generally easy to kill. You're just kind of food in some of these games.
What are the advantage of Maiden? She farms better.
You farm a lot. You farm a lot, you can buy some nice items, and you can honestly scale pretty well if you get to the full kit. You do a lot of damage on this hero. The aura also basically helps you shove waves by getting, more mana, etc. There's some small advantages. Deal thing. Triple lane win for Nigma Galaxy, though. Pretty dominant here in this game 3 to start it off. Can't be too upset with this start.
Are going to be spotted by the sentry that is sitting on tower.
Sniper pressure is starting to build up. We're seeing heroes get dragged towards mid. Falcons need to be really careful getting dragged into this sniper zone of control. It can go bad real fast, so you got to be disciplined here. Play on sentries, group up with all 3. And they'll find a little
pickoff. Very nice. Frostbite, Laguna Blade, and a gate out of the Underlord. So that is very nice for Falcons.
Really well played there. They did not overextend. Very disciplined about it. Get the little pickoff, back off. Sniper doesn't get anything in this interim. Side laners are still farming well in these matchups. That's one thing Nigma set up well. I think when you have the sniper, you need to be able to rotate supports to him, which means the 2 1-on-1s that get isolated, if you have favorable matchups in those, which they do, you're really happy on the map overall.
Mar, he already knew about the sentry from before, but still is going to dare it to try and get the kill on Malrine instead. Will be punished.
That was a little greedy. You know there's vision back there.
Yeah, he already did the walk behind. The creep saw him. They attacked him. One grenade goes a real awry, and that's going to lead to the death of
you are doomed.
GH as he is doomed. Well, that means Sumail doesn't have to worry about Doom for a little bit.
Falcons are defending mid really well in this game. And I think Nigma need to recognize that and either play around it by going back to side lanes and dragging supports there and then going back mid, or just setting up deeper wards to find this Lina in the jungle, kind of playing for the kill in that area.
Okay.
You don't want to keep...
Can you ever pull Lorne off to side lane? Should you ever do that?
You can with the hero, but you better make it work. Now, you pull him to a side lane, it has to be a kill and a half to 2. Between that 1 and 2, the 1 core kill or the double. If you just kill a support or give up a power rune in exchange, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, the combination of tower pressure with the very easy neutral farming with shrapnel. They're gonna die again.
It's really hard to run into these areas with the bounty. And yeah, you keep getting assassinated, but Lornoff's not happy with this. He's free farming, but he's not getting those little extras on top. The bounty roam to mid has been generally shut down by these Falcon supports. Experience paying off here. They've played against this hero a million times, but they know what he wants to do.
Got a power rune for their troubles to Maureen, a regen rune at that. It is going to be a very fast Radiance for the Necropos, and it is also going to be a rushed Aghanim Scepter for the Underlord. That's there.
Strong items when they hit. Gonna be able to back up this sniper a lot.
But it is going to be a little while until they hit, which means the snipers, like, he's not left alone on an island. He still has supports helping him, but if they can't find those kills, it's not like the side laners can change that. Frostbite and plenty of damage, especially with the freezing field being dropped on Devi's head.
That damage.
Right again, after GH, Maureen pops a regen, turns and fights GH.
He's fast.
He's out of lead charges. Maureen really could kill him here. Laguna Blade, another Dragon Slave would get the kill, or maybe even just the right clicks. He gets run down by Maureen. These supports are having no luck to get Maureen whatsoever.
He's just straight out playing. The positioning, how well he played the lane, only giving up that one death. Such a consistent mid laner. And this is Nigma banging their head against that brick wall mid. It begs that question of, you know, you could have gone to a side lane and then back to mid.
Yeah, you could have gone and enabled this Reaper sight to go off on Amar, because they could set it up with a stun, just like they were doing in game 2.
Ooh, that was close.
It does connect. It does get the extra bit of regen for Samantha.
This is the move I think they should have done after the first bounty doesn't hit mid. Because now, if you want to go back for this mid play, the game flow is going to open up a little bit more.
Does put Lauren off a really awkward spot. There's no gate, no supports to help him out. They are going to be running into shrapnel, and that's dangerous.
That's a tough hero to gap close.
Trying to go after snaking here. Power rune. Amp damage on the other side. Omar is unable to get the kill, and now he's just going to give up his life. Unnecessary.
Bounty's getting punished hard.
Yeah.
Every time he shows.
We're not going to get any tracks out of him anytime soon. It's going to need the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine to get level 6.
Doom is threatening the Necropos top. Nigma they had a strong start to the lane phase. Falcons are striking back, making this early skirmish power work for them. Really stabilize this game. They didn't let him snowball off this laning phase. That's a
hit it with the power shot. GH, nice little dodge to the side there. It did get low off of that one, so he's got to be careful. Great space for the Duke. Oh, man, they got him. That was nicely set up. Even strapped the ult there from the sniper to finish him off. That felt great.
What they wanted in this game. A couple more of those get the track online. Snake King sitting no detection here.
Easily found, and all of a sudden, Mar gets some much needed experience if they can get this kill. Oh, failing to get it. Now he's going to die to Amar instead. Keeps on getting baited in to try and finish off these heroes, and the Falcons supports and cores keep punishing him for it.
This bait pick really worked out in terms of shutting the bounty hunter. See if it works out for the rest of the game. But I felt like that was the majority of the reason they picked it, and it's done its job as another assassinate.
Is it even worth it to do that to a boots of travel hero?
Radiant
Let's force him off the lane. It's effectively getting this mid tower, which got glyphed on 20 HP. You're gonna let it get denied here?
Yeah, he doesn't want to get baited into trying to go for that last hit, so crit hits a deny.
I think Falcons are weathering the storm right now. Yeah, I think they're playing a lot better than the game 2. They have more play options. They're more comfortable. They're finding these little extra kills. It's just a solo kill from Amar.
Yeah, well, it is going to bait him in underneath these neutrals. Oh, need the Reaper Scythe, and it finally comes through. They've got
all right, a little too aggressive there. The Reaper kill. Gonna give Sumail some extra regen. Radiance is done. His farm rate's going to start to pick up here. Falcons maybe going to try and hunt him on this wave with the Lina rotation. I don't know if Sumail expects this at all.
Frostbite, LSA, good a blade, freezing field. They've got so much damage to throw at him that even through the heals, they've got Sumail.
Cheeky little pickoff right there. That's what this lineup can do. They have a lot of wave shove, and they have a lot of just the two-man pickoff game with the Lina plus anybody, Tiny plus anybody, Doom on his own. There's a lot of threats to consider on this map. Which means the information you're getting off the bounty is probably more important than any other game in this series. But it's a lot to keep track of. Kind of hard to be everywhere right now, and the threats for Falcons are starting to pick up. They're heading straight bottom. Devi, you look like you are in trouble.
Yeah, he is very dead with 4 heroes surrounding him. Cross actually grabs Amar. Not that it matters one bit.
Hello, Goomba stomp for the road. They're getting a lot of gold out of this early game just off the kills.
Amar not really finding the connection there. Maybe he will on Maureen. They're going to try to chase after him. Underneath this tower, really going after him. Do manage to land the stun into the arrow, finish him off. Killing spree taken away from Maureen.
That's a big kill.
And put into Lornoff's pocket.
All a product of taking down that mid tower. This is way more of a dangerous area to sit around now. Honestly, this Bounty Mirana duo has looked just like a setup stun into arrow. It's surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
I think it's catching Falcons off guard in this series.
Go after Amar here. Amar making the read, just pops it and dust.
Gold down the drain.
He'll farm this lane, knowing that the bounty hunter isn't on him. So,
be very interested to see what he goes for this game on the Doom. If he wants a faster blink, he's going to try and scale up. He didn't go early Radiance, so he's not trying to hyper scale. Ags in this game could be interesting later on. We've seen it against Necro foes a couple times. Makes it really hard to just stick in the fight. Playing some options here as he's getting ganked. Would be another trap.
Oh, what? Trying to get the hit in. They still got him inside the pit though. That will lead to Reaper. Leads to the Reaper side. There you go.
More HP, more mana regen, more gold for Sumail. Everybody wants to KS these kills, but only one of them can. Anti-Lornoff KS technology with the Reaper.
Nigma Galaxy, they seem to really thrive with these global heroes, where they're allowed to over-rotate on you. And
yeah, for sure.
It doesn't feel as bad because, like in this case, again, the Lord just gates right back through. A ward behind this mid tower, though. Falcons are setting up for a big move. Managed to get the blink toss back onto Sniper.
Yes, Hurricane
Pike. He's got a Hurricane Pike to push him farther away from the freezing field. They can't get this kill. Lamar does die underneath the tower, but Snaking is in a real awful position, and there's no way out for him. So it's just a support trade-off. The Sniper too hard to hunt down for Falcons.
Still looking here, has a lot of damage on his own.
Yeah, with the power shot, he can easily one-shot GH, but it's going to be a bit awkward. Diving past this here, too. The Sniper's in trouble. Devi trying to help him out. Lornoff, though, there's nothing they can do to save him.
He Hurricane Piked in, trying to chase the Skeeter Tiny. Didn't recognize the flank that was coming in from the Doom. Just no way to get him out of there.
Yeah, the Doom just thrown on Sumail keeps him out of the fight entirely.
That was a nice ward from Falcons. They got some solid value out of it. Will go down. And now Amar, he's like, maybe I can go Radiance in this game.
Still gonna find the opening on Maureen. It's hard to make this happen against the Tiny. He leaps away for the initiation. Oh. From behind! What a move from GH! That was just nasty.
He used the Tiny too, so now he's gonna get set up on.
He is.
Reaper in 2. One.
Right, stop him. Shot, but here comes the Reaper sight to cut Skeeter down the side.
GH God. What can you do? This guy is in zone. He is one of the best supports to ever do it. Having himself another fantastic Mirana game here. Not as smooth in the very early game, but now he's starting to heat up, really making this Yule Scepter work.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I need some extra moves here. A breath of life gap gets created. They're going to get a tier 1 off it as well. Yeah, you lost your Sniper mid. That's a blow, but you got to pick your prize here.
Radiant's bottom.
It's so funny watching Amar switch between his item ideas, you know.
Yeah.
They got those mid kills. He's thinking Radiance.
Is under attack.
2 cores die bottom. Okay, I'm going back to BKB. Game's looking a little worse now. It just keeps oscillating.
Radiant.
That's a nice juicy farm.
If they're winning, win more. If they're losing, okay. He always feels like he needs the team fight. Missed out on the arrow.
Little caster curse, I apologize.
It's fine. It means Sumail can catch up in order to be a part of the track kill.
Just intentional.
Exactly. Extra gold, extra gold. That's all you're focused on. Lornoff is hoping to snowball this even more. This is the dangerous part of the time for Falcons. Falcons have all this scale, but Nigma Galaxy are very much online with their Sniper, ready to run the map, ready to close things off. This is going to start looking a little bit like Game 2. So, Avery, are Falcons better equipped to weather that storm than they were in Game 2, or is this just going to come down to better play?
I think it just comes down to better play.
The double hits again from these bounty hunters set up.
It's just
pop out of the shadow walk, stun. stun him again with another shadow walk and hit the arrow.
The thing is, I don't like Falcons support duo against the bounty once this map gets opened up.
Okay.
I think early game it's quite strong, but as the map gets opened up, your support duo becomes a little clunky. They're not great at locking the bounty down. You're not Spirit Break, you're not Clockwork, you're not Bane, you're not Disruptor, right? These classic heroes that just cast one spell on the bounty, lock him in place, and then you can set up the damage. It's closer range between this Shackle and Frostbite that is
Devi is really committed here. He's going to get punished for it. Instantly doomed up. The Necrophos is nearby with the Doom used. I do wonder if Sumail, not that he can save Devi, but maybe he can get a turnaround kill.
Got the BKB.
Yeah.
Throw the Reaper.
Out of Amar, that's good enough.
Too high there.
Meanwhile, the Crystal Maiden, I mean, it's another track kill.
This trio.
Track kill for Lorinov, who, with the Furion, was collecting on all the last hits. Now with a Sniper, he's running along with his supports.
The thing is, normally when Nigma play this style, if you're Falcons, you're okay giving up some kills if you're farming 3 cores. But the issue is it's bounty hunter. So you just win the net worth trade off of the extra track, plus information and D-wards and all this stuff, right? And then the Falcon supports have to invest more gold in detection, and it just compounds. So you can build a lead with just kill threat style against a team that is very efficient at playing the map. This Thunderlord's going to spawn with an Axe Gate available. You really have to be careful of this as well.
Yeah. Especially with the information that Omar has gotten. Considering the fact that he had such a rough start, a very late level 6, the information he's been getting is been invaluable, right? It's the whole reason GH was able to make that move in the first place and bottom. Why they're able to kill Maureen with just 2 supports. Why they might be able to get this kill on crit as well and get some extra gold for it. Actually, Bounty Hunter's not going to join him. He's going to scout even more heroes here in order for the Reaper Sight to land on the Maureen. They get that one.
That's the bigger prize.
Bigger bounty picked up. Now Skeeter being run down with a track on him, making it easy for the Sniper to use his range to max advantage.
They're really starting to pick up the aggression here. They know this is their window to take the map over. Whenever you find a Tiny, it's just free season for everybody to go in. These Reapers have been landing. Manta's going to be done soon for the Necrophos. That's more lane shove, more obnoxious presence around the map. These tracks are just such a big threat. You really have to be worried every time that Fiend's Gate is up. You get found on this Lina, you get gated on. You saw the early 4-staff from Maureen. This is not the build you want to have to go on Lina. It's just forced into the position.
Tiny will have no way to deal with this until he gets BKB.
Yes.
And it's going to be a bit before that happens.
They do have BKB on Doom.
Yeah.
They still have ways to win the team fight. If you can land a Doom on the Necrophos especially, it takes a lot of the net worth out of Nigma and Galaxy sales. The Sniper's a bigger problem in this game. Like, that's when you're just going to have to address with overwhelming force.
Yeah, that's the part that seems kind of questionable for me. You have to land the Doom on Necro, but you still have to kind of chase after in order to get the kill.
Yes.
Right?
That's
and
where it's
then
awkward.
You're chasing into the Sniper, which sounds like hell.
That's the double-edged sword of this Doom pick. It really debilitates the Necrophos scale, but I don't think it's a hero that addresses Sniper scale. Generally a rough matchup. You pretty much just have to get really farmed and just send it in the fight and run at the dude. And if the gap gets recreated, you're absolutely screwed. So it's very all in. And that's where Skeeter is maybe the one wild card here. Like, what kind of initiations can this Tiny find? If you can start a fight where Skeeter somehow finds Lornoff and like tosses him in on somebody else double hero avalanche, that fight's gonna look great.
Where he has to use his Hurricane Pike just to get a little bit of distance, and then he's got nothing left.
And he's still susceptible right now. He only has the Hurricane Pike, doesn't have the Shard, doesn't have any other defensive item. So if you do find him right now, he's killable.
Maximize damage right now for Mjolnir. It's level 15. There's the Hurricane Pike for the Lina, so another core answer to the Underlord Gate.
Falcons just taking a pause here, trying to farm up, getting a bunch of 4-staffs, getting their Tiny to the BKB that they need to enter the engagement. Mar now thinking about going back for the Radiance as well, doesn't want to fall behind in terms of scale in this game. I don't know if periods like this are that favorable for Nigma. Depends how much they believe in the Sniper scale in this game, being able to execute down the stretch, which it is a Lornoff Sniper. He has been popping off this event. good reason to have faith in him that he's just going to carry this game.
Are already looking at a site to buy, saying, yeah, I've got everything I want. Now I'm just going to focus on my scale to late game.
That's a tough build-up. I don't know if he'll commit for that. See what he ends up going.
All depends on if they can keep the snowball rolling off these track kills, but the game is slowed down.
On disc, third for Sumail.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, he understands that this is not a game he's going to carry, right? He's playing
for sure.
Create space for Lornoff to be the one to carry.
You just have to survive as long as possible, tank as many spells as possible, not be afraid to push waves. Aeon can do that for you here. It's a mixed bag. It's very good against Lina Tiny. One of the best items in the game against Tiny. Yeah. Really bad against ATF here. Like, it's not solving your Doom issue. That is the hardest issue for the Necrophos to solve, though. So in that sense, here, like, what are you really going to get?
Would it not be worth to get Lincoln's? I think it's just too clean.
I don't think so. I think you just have to rely on your team. Your team just needs to build 4-staff Glimmer Capes and just bail you out the second Doom pops. Your best bet.
Well, Omar is not the only support with big dreams. GH has much more realistic dreams of a very fast Aghanim Scepter once again.
Will pay off here. This game goes late.
Omar's going to be spotted by the Crystal Main. Frostbite. Forstaff gets away from the LSA, but of course he has nowhere to run, so he is definitely dead. Just trying to create as much.
Oh, they found the sniper.
That's real rough for Lornoff. He even managed to get the shackle shot, so he's not going anywhere.
Nice ward down there. Found him on the TP out. Just a random death for him on the map. That's rough.
And that's right. Like, that's the moment where Crits has the confidence now. He's going to buy a gem.
These little things matter a lot in terms of your feel for the game, the momentum, how confident you are to just go out on the map. Perhaps take an objective Tormentor. Ball. Who picks up the shard here? Alina.
Oh, Reem. Okay.
Yeah. The maiden one got bought, so you'd have some high roll chances here.
Now we're going to see her. She pops out Laguna Blade, just instantly maxed out.
It's nice. It's really nice with the 15 talent. It insta-stacks, you become super tanky. It's something that you have to consider in this game if you're Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, they've got a lot of magic.
Yes. It's deceptive. You don't think of this Lina as a tanky magic resistance hero. This hero can survive some Scythe on low HP. You get 70, you can get up to 80% magic resist with Ags plus all the stacks.
That's just ridiculous.
It's disgusting. So you do have to be a little careful here for Nigma in terms of putting the physical to Lina, not overcommitting too much magic damage, and just being aware of how tanky this hero can get.
Nigma, it feels like things have slowed down enough.
They definitely have.
It's got to be working against them. Like, this is the game going Falcons' way, right? This is where they want it to be. Game slowed down.
The lead just not as convincing because I don't think this Necrophos net worth counts for a huge amount here. Yeah, the win probability is in their favor. I think the sniper is going to continue to scale. I'm just worried for Sumail. He has to play against some really tough counters in this game. The Lina matchup's tough. The spell casting from the supports is tough. The Doom is really tough. But yeah, he's mega rich, but how much is that going to impact the fight? To me, it's still all about the sniper. And the sniper is the poorest core in this game. Lornoff really didn't find a lot early on. He found a little in the mid game, and then it quieted down again. He had that one death bottom. He needs another good fight to go his way to kind of kickstart his scale into the late game. Falcon's just not giving up anything right now.
Why do you think that Dota Plus has it at 25.75? Because they're only... Nigma Galaxy is not up by very much, and I don't know if I love their scale more than Nigma.
It might just underrate the Lina matchups here. It might overrate the sniper scale a little bit. A lot of these are just executional based. Like on paper, yeah, the sniper is going to be a threat, but again, he just randomly gets found by a toss, then the whole fight breaks apart.
Yeah. Or Lina is able to, with an Aghanim Scepter, you know, later on, sneak up on him, do most of his HP with one go.
Same with Necrophos. If Necrophos doesn't get doomed or dodge the Lina damage, then he can do a lot of work in the fight.
Nigma Galaxy can keep going back to these pickoffs. They had a good window of just pickoff after pickoff, and now they're trying to keep that going again, but maybe it turns into a team fight. Lamar kind of in bad spot. Ooh, big heals come out, even through the Laguna Blade. He doesn't die.
And damage.
An avalanche. It's an amp damage on the ground. Lordoff does manage to grab it. Now he returns fire back on his Skeeter. Out the ball of his BKB. Toss back on Necrophos.
Amar?
Meanwhile, Amar is in, and Amar is dead.
What is he trying to do there? He's on no HP, just goes in. Gets obliterated by Reaper Sight.
Yeah, just instant sight from Sumail. There was no questions about that one. And big opening from Nigma Galaxy, because now, hey, guaranteed Roshan right outside the pit. You get a win like that.
Another very clutch Yules by GH. He really has... He's been ruining some of these tiny jumps in the series. Every time this tiny goes in, he gets Yules, and it just buys so much time and space.
Yeah. That was also like he reacted really quickly. He leaped out of the avalanche when Skeeter jumped in.
It's also like the best series I've seen GH play in a long time. That's not blaming his other series. He is just in zone right now. Making this Mirana look absolutely beautiful. Already level 15, Ags online. He's going to continue to scale from here. You work towards that triple arrow. It's always the dream. That's a really nice Aegis to get here. Give it to the sniper. He has a lot more confidence to stick in the fight. Necrophos is continuing to be big, bad, and in charge unless you can connect the spells on him. And we saw that type of fight. It's not so easy to just leap in and connect damage on some of these heroes. Like, a lot can go wrong for you, especially around these underworld hits.
Toss back of the bounty hunter.
Nice little freebie there. No heals going in that time.
We are seeing the value of that 15 talent for the bounty hunter. He dies there, but last time they went on him, it was
tanky.
Real difficult to kill him. There's the heart on the Necrophos. So another hero that's going to be very difficult to kill.
Unless you get doomed.
Well, I mean, even then, Aeon Disc and Heart
might be able to bail him out.
Yeah, like he's able to disengage without the doom.
Honestly, a lot of the fights might come down to how much Falcons get done before their BKBs run out and you just get stuck in the pits.
Yeah, that is going to be the biggest problem. I feel like Falcons, back when the refresh BKB, would be very favored.
Yeah, sure.
This game, like, now that you can't have that, as you said, there's so much they need to get done during that BKB window. It is pretty concerning as the game goes late.
It has to happen fast. They can't get kited. You get stuck in pits and Sniper has position, I don't think you can win that fight.
Right.
It just sounds impossible. Maybe you just doom Divide. The opportunity presents itself. I think that's unlikely because he's not going to be on the front line. He's going to be doing action like this.
Setting up the play. Omar, he does die. Nigma Galaxy. See if they can get something for it. Laguna Blade onto Divine. Actually, lost sight of him there. Dust finally goes off, but maybe a little bit too late to go after this Divine Llama kill. Ooh, crit.
Sniper? Doing sniper things?
Is that going to be enough damage?
Oh, yeah.
It is rather easily.
You saw Amar. He doesn't want to doom this Underlord after the gate goes off, especially. He had Lotus as well, so you're kind of baiting it. Need the bigger targets. They still have a ward down here. They see everything. Did not want to jump the Aegis. Too much of a deterrence.
The other side, Amar goes. Falcons back to farming. Nigma Galaxy doing the same.
Continue to scale up the Lina and the Doom here.
Third BKB online. Malrina's going to go for the right-click build rather than the magic damage build. What are your thoughts about that?
This does not strike me as an AC.
Yeah, you've been a big proponent of more physical damage builds on Lina.
I think he's maybe just pinging it for, you know, hey, Skeeter, build this for me, thank you. Because if anyone's getting AC in this game, it's Tiny.
Yeah, that's...
I think Lina needs to end up... I feel he needs to end up with a blink at some point in this game.
Or at least in...
Radiant are
Aghanim Scepter?
That is another route, yeah. You can go Ag. I always think ending up with Satanic plus a couple damage items feels great. Go that route.
Interesting situation. Threatening the site here. Amar's just going to have to BKB. Don't want to take any risks.
Could get
Radiant's top tower is under
blink.
attack.
Dodge the gang. That is BKB down. Which, again, how easy is it to fight without BKBs available?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Be another quick tower during this Aegis period. The lead is not
Radiant are
growing
scanning.
for Enigma during this Aegis, though.
Dire's
They need to be aware of that.
is under attack.
Getting some objectives, you're getting more time for the sniper
Radiant's
to
top
build
tower
back up.
has fallen.
But you're not going to take Falcons off the map. That is a much taller order, as Shackle will not land, and they're just going to bail on this situation. Nothing to fight for there.
Wisdom goes to Falcons, trying to get a Blink Dagger. Blink Daggers all around, it seems, as G-Edge agrees. That is a great item. Frit's going to try and build one pretty soon here, so he can get better Shackle shot initiations or fall through. Maureen did buy...
I was looking at that.
Yeah, maybe.
This really... It seems off to me. This is not a great AC hero. You stand in the back of fights. It's also just isn't the game where I look at it and say he needs more armor.
But if he does have that armor, combined with his magic resistance...
It's very tanky.
Yeah, like, he's going to be crazy tanky.
Yeah, maybe that's the goal. Just be able to tank sniper hits on top of all the magic damage.
I was kind of thinking there was this weird sort of situation where you had pop out with that friendly shadow from Sumail. Chasing after Maureen, these heroes are just too fast, it seems. Even when they get him in the pit, it's too late.
Need arrows to connect here. That's your big stun in this game. Here he's gonna walk into Sumail.
Spotted on the sentry. Peter, Harpoon, he's far enough away. He'll be able to blink out just fine.
Game is so much about vision control. The sentries, the gems, the bounty scouting, Mirana ultimate, Shadow Blade Tiny. So many invis mechanisms trying to set the fight up.
They had the ward on the gate that spotted him. The Reaper's Scythe is not going to be enough damage. They have a track on him, but nobody able to close the gap.
Kills are getting a little frustrating for Nigma.
They are.
That is time. Time for this Tricore to farm their way to the top of the chart.
Falcons just keep on looking for an opening. They're going to go for one up to buy here. Toss him up in the air, allow the LSA. Call through with Maureen having the damage. Makes it a whole lot smoother to get that kill.
That's a big pickoff. It's what their lineup's supposed to do. Find the isolated hero, kill him, snowball the map. Not necessarily just take a 5-on-5 into Necrophos plus Unlord Goo, creating space for the sniper. That formation's very tough to break. Isolated heroes into snowball, way easier for all their single target damage. Page gonna dodge this game pump. Such a close game. Dead even.
Going to TP it, and they're going to drop some vision here. They say this is an opportunity. Amar apparently not scared of anything here. I mean, I guess there's really nothing that's ever going to stop him from BKB running away.
Could get chain stun on top of arrow into sight. That's about all you're afraid of. Another Tormentor. Another shard. Net worth lead swings towards Falcons for the first time in this game. That's kind of wild.
Other amp damage. Nigma Galaxy feels like they haven't gotten the better of power rooms for a little bit, but they will get one on Sumail here. Name it Omar, gonna lead the charge with the friendly shadow. We'll keep the lanes pushed in with these Radiance illusions.
Just crossing the whole map. You kind of need this play to land. Committed so much for it.
Have a high ground ward plus entry here for Maureen Skeeter. They both make a quick retreat as soon as some heroes show up. This is the annoying part. For Nigma Galaxy against Falcons, they could be so elusive what they want to be. You understand the game they're playing right now, and it's a game of keep away.
They're just stalling out the timing. They're just slowly making this Necrophos net worth less and less impactful. Nigma need to find a way to speed this game up or force the fights. Roshan is one mechanism to do that.
You're about to hit pretty peak Necro.
Scanning.
Level 25, overwhelming blink, just spamming out his Q. Nigma Galaxy, if they are struggling to find pickoffs, is there any point that you say, all right, screw it, Let's just 5-man ball into a tier 2. Force Falcons to try and fight us.
No way. Someone's just gonna get tossed.
Yeah.
They potentially have buybacks on that fight. Full vision. They're not worried about the bounty hunter. You definitely don't force a fight on an objective that Falcons control. You can maybe force it on Roshan because then you can bring them into a more open area or into your wards or bounty hunter control. Play off of a pit blocking a staircase or something. That fight can get a lot more weird for Falcons. Going into one of the towers is complete suicide here.
There's the overwhelming blink for the Necro, but we also have a Daedalus complete for Skeeter. So many of these cores are closing in on their 25s. There's multiple level 24s right now.
Falcons are finding a little more net worth on their cores, though. Big items on all their heroes. Overwhelming Blink Doom. Satanic going to be finished shortly for Maureen with his 25. And that Daedalus on the Tiny.
Will it make the difference?
Got the Flares Boda too. It's so much damage on this hero.
Maureen trying to beat a little bit. Has a shield rune. Reaper's try and cut him down. It's not going to be quite enough. And the shield rune activates. Maureen's going to be good for now. Still poking at him. Device actually thinking about chasing, but the fight comes straight to Nigma Galaxy. A jump in from Skeeter. Finish off the bounty hunter while they're poking at him with the sniper. And those pokes hurt too. Skeeter even has to pop his BKB as he backs it out. They have to beat him a Lotus. They try and keep him alive right now with a silver edge. You think he might have made it. Avalanche toss back. Maureen going after Omar. That might be a dieback for him. Got on the Doom. Onto the sniper. If they can put damage on him, he might take out, but they can't do it. With the invincibility, he's able to get away. Crit pushed back into the pit. Very nicely done by Nigma Galaxy.
Jules on the Lina.
Out of the fight.
GH found him.
Managed to get the arrow. Big play from GH, finding the opening onto Maureen. If they can finish him off, it'll be a massive win, and they got him. Hunt him down. Snake King's up next, and Nigma Galaxy, the long fight, it draws out, and it's all to their favor.
The jumps were also a little disconnected for Falcons. The tiny jumps were good, but the Doom, he kind of had to back off, and then he went in on his own. Doom the sniper, which honestly is just not the target you want to Doom because he can survive that. They're going to play around him here. And the formation. Formation means everything for Nigma Galaxy in this game. Look at the space created for Lornoff in this fight. They're nowhere close to dealing with him. He zones out a bar. Now he's going to zone out the Tiny. He's sitting under a gate in a pit. He has his two big boys running in front of him. And by the time you try and turn this fight and jump him off of a little overextension here, you do find him with the Doom, but everybody else got zoned off. You can't put any extra damage into him. Great positioning for Nigma Galaxy. Great find at the end by GH again. And Nigma, they're pushing. They're pushing deep.
Behind the tier 4, they're gonna run down. Oh, they get a more and crit.
Oh, they're crumbling.
Keep the numbers.
No pie.
Falcons have slipped up in a big, big way. Nigma Galaxy, 1 lane of barracks into 2. Are they just gonna be able to close out the game right here? And
they might. Just Sumail aggression.
A tier 2 remains in the bottom lane. Nigma Galaxy, they can't get Megas, so they will back out. Roshan's up after all. There's no reason to try and end it out here. They can play it safe. They can play it a bit more disciplined. They'll go back for the extra life.
What a read on that moment right there. To go for more right outside the fountain. So much can go wrong. But that man right there has never cared about getting close to the enemy fountain. Sumail has had many TI moments centered around that objective. Some of them have worked out, some haven't, but he has never grown fearful. Perhaps a moment into this game, in this series. Nigma Galaxy, they will claim another Aegis with a banner. Only 1 lane remaining for Falcons.
Aegis now for Lornoff. Falcons have found no way, despite the net worth that they pulled back throughout some of this mid-game. Despite them evening things out, they still have not found a solution. The item increase has not managed to get them through the formation that Nigma Galaxy have presented.
They need more ways to get around it or just punch through the front line. They're not doing either right now. They do have 25 on Tiny for double toss charge. They have 25 on Lina for the extra crit attacks. That is extra damage to punch through this front line. It's a lot to punch through. Potential buybacks as well. You have to worry about the Necrophos second life with the buy bots into the fight. Underlord second life with buy gate into the fight. Nigma Galaxy can just throw lives at a high ground to get through the big spells here like the Doom. You only have 1 Doom available.
Double Lincolns, Divine and GH both pick up the Lincolns in this window. Offer the 1 team fight into more pickoffs into lanes of barracks that clutch gold.
And Amar.
Lincoln that can protect Sumail.
He didn't go Ags on this Doom. He went to overwhelming Blink. He might regret that now. There's also that Hex completed on the bounty. You really have to watch the jumps with the Tiny in particular. If you go in, you don't BKB, you get Hex, that can be the fight.
He also doesn't have a neutral creep that would give him a way to break through Link. He got Hex and an Avalanche, an instant Hex, and now the Tiny's dead.
Does have
a buyback, but Nigma Galaxy have used very little for this. A Reaper's Sight, that's good enough. Lornoff is still plinking away at this tier 3, putting the pressure on Falcons.
What are you gonna do?
Gotta come up with a solution fast. They managed to find an LSA, and that's burn through the sniper here. Maureen had to pop his BKB to come in. Can he go around for a second line here? But he didn't get the BKB. Cut through him, trying to get through these Lincolns, and they've got the final hits coming in. Lornoff does stop. Now Skeeter marches forward. Now they've got Lincolns. Oh boy! They just get slaughtered! Oh, Nigma Galaxy! The high ground becomes their nemesis once again!
They needed to get that sniper back a little further, or have someone go in, check some of the Blink daggers. He did not get BKB off on the respawn and just got annihilated. That Skeeter buyback did work. He just laid into them on the clump. The second the sniper's gone, there's no hope of you winning that fight.
They
but there's no way of getting out.
Close to just being able to close out this game. One fight, one hold from Falcons, and they still have a chance in this now.
See, everybody's behind his positioning here. Like, you either have to run in and try and debilitate some of the damage that's going to come out, or be confident that he's getting BKB and you're going to be able to reset. And that is just worst case scenario. I mean, that's an incredibly brutal way for that fight to go, that you all get clumped and annihilated from the AoE cleave.
They are dead for so long that Falcons are going to get a ton off the map.
Gold Swing is insane in this game.
Okay,
last few minutes.
How much will this change? Like, it's going to be more items for Falcons, but Falcons have still struggled even with the items presented to them. They might even get a lane of barracks here, but
I get a couple.
That evens things out to what Nigma Galaxy kind of already have.
Satanic on the Lina. That's pretty big here. It'll get Amar to Ags, which is also pretty big. They had a nice timing where they had these Lincolns and Lotus and he didn't have Ags. Now he's going to have that. So that kind of removes some net worth from their side, adds a lot to Falcons. If you can just blink in there with this overwhelming Blink Shiva's AoE Doom, and Nigma can't really get away from it because you're slowed, it's going to be a big problem.
That's so funny. They invested so much to counter this Doom, and there was one window where the Doom should have been ineffective.
They had an opportunity there.
And now an Aghanim Scepter to be done for Amar, so he doesn't care about those Lincolns.
That's one of those high grounds that could decide a lot in this series, in this tournament.
It may haunt Nigma Galaxy and their fans' dreams to come, but there's still an advantage. They still have
for sure
a setup that has been hard for Falcons to crack. That was really the only time, and it was simply because, I mean, a lot of it was based off of the fact they were sitting on a high ground situation.
For sure. Going high ground is the hardest thing for Nigma in this game with the sniper in terms of that positioning. There's a lot of ways to backstab the formation, abuse buybacks. You got to remember, Skeeter had to buy for that fight too. Yep. Insta died on the blink into the Hex, just didn't expect it. Got to be more disciplined next time. Gotta think about it for sure. Lina doing Lina things though. Really scary hero. No Silver Edge, no Blink, no Ags for Maureen does really hurt his gap close mechanisms. However, he just stands there and right clicks them.
Yeah, he's trying to out-snipe with the sniper.
Yeah, he's incredibly tanky. Very hard to bring down. It was like almost a 20k gold swing off of that one high ground.
Double gems on Falcons, so Omar's gonna have to be real careful when he's trying to be out on the map and trying to scout what Falcons are up to.
I still think buybacks for Nigma Galaxy are huge in this game. Just being able to go and take a fight that Doom or Lina kill somebody and you can buy back and still win the overall engagement.
But I mean, I feel like it takes
deal.
An extreme level of confidence to utilize buybacks when you're pushing into the enemy.
Okay, that situation is also very difficult to do it, I agree. Something around a Roshan pit or something though. A lot of games of Dota end outside of someone's base. You just win that fight. They feel they have to commit.
Right.
team is going the distance, though. Both high grounds are tough to break when you have these really long-range turret heroes.
Scotty being built up for the sniper, which will be, I mean, make this hero even tankier. It will be rather debilitating for any of these heroes trying to close the gap. Is extra effective against range heroes.
Got a shrapnel talent, too.
Yeah.
A lot of extra just vision control in the team fight. Nice talent. Slow, though. The sniper is not... There's so much.
So we had this bug not too long ago where the Daedalus and the crit damage on Lena's talent kind of messed things up.
It's fine now.
Okay.
So these Daedaluses are gonna hit real hard. We'll have a tiny buyback cooldown for 3 minutes here if Nigma want to try and do something with it. It's just tough with Roche is not available. How do you're not just gonna force high ground. It's insane. Maybe you get a fast Roche spawn though. And I think Falcons are gonna be tentative to contest that without 2 lives. Tiny.
Certainly to be the most ideal scenario, but maybe it's possible something just kind of shows up. That you can find a pickoff somewhere here, one of these fishing arrows, perhaps.
I also think the Morana 25 is huge.
Yeah.
It's a really impressive talent with the triple arrow. They got 25 on the Underlord for the extra hit route. Took that over the DPS, which I think is fine this game. I don't think the DPS matters too much. Probably not landing it anyway.
Yeah, like these hits are going to be effective at some point. The fight is not going to last just 7 seconds. It's not going to be just a BKB duration. At least that's what Nigma Galaxy are hoping.
It's all in the sniper. He gets jumped, the fight's over.
Get him on the pin. X follow-up sight. Mar in big trouble. Will activate the BKB. Start making his way away. They've got a track on him still. They're putting damage on him. He can't blink away. Got him in a pit once again. Sumail's got to blink out. Hit him with the Reaper sight. Do they have saves? They've got nothing.
Ooh. I thought you were maybe overextending on that chase, but you're able to connect the Necrophos.
That was a ton of kill too. 700 team gold for that kill.
Right as this Roche spawns, however, it's a long spawn.
That is unfortunate for Nigma Galaxy. They do have control of this amp damage, so they can kind of hold it and have it if they really want. Lornoff's just going to instantly activate it. His Scotty, you can almost buy that out right now.
I'm going to look for something here. Use this Bounty Hunter shard to give an extra Shadow Blade to the sniper. Pretty nice for him to engage. Might try and surprise Falcons on their high ground.
This aggression.
This team is so aggressive when they're confident. I wouldn't be surprised if Sumail just blinks in here or something. Like, it's anything's on the table.
Nigma Galaxy, this could be their finest moment, or it could be another throw on a high ground. They will retreat. They don't see the opportunity. Falcons doesn't give it to them. They smoked up on behind their tier 4s. They really made the read. Nigma Galaxy was trying something there.
You got to play for Roche here. You got to be disciplined. I'm sure somewhere in the back, Kuroki was sweating right there. Like, please don't.
9,000 gold on Sumail. He's thinking about buying out a full Wind Waker.
I do think Wind Waker is your best tool in this situation to try and get away from the Doom. He's almost too rich for his own good, though. And we have 10 buybacks available in this game. Outpost control is available for Nigma Galaxy. That's a big deal here for this Roshan. Gotta hold this hill. 10 buyback fight, though. We have the one Doom. I think this is where
we're gonna go for the smoke.
This is in theory where Underlord shines. He's super laking team fights where you have multiple lives on everybody. You know the fight's gonna be super long. The second time they go in with lives, they don't have BKBs.
They made the standard. They know what's going on. They're gonna run right into the Falcons. Lamar, he's almost gonna be popped. They actually do go for the A. Will be doomed. The Reaper side cut down crit at the same time. But
Sniper has position.
Total free fight right now. Maureen's gonna try and challenge him. And he's gonna force that forward. And Lornoff's losing that fight. He's making a run for it. The shots are coming in from Maureen. What happened? He got a crit to finish him off. The fight does the damage. He's gonna have to fight for this one. And they can gate in potentially. Maureen surrounded by too many heroes. He's not making it out of here.
He delivers what damage he can, hopes to kill Omar, will not have enough for it. Will he buy back to try and play for this Roshan? Skeeter's trying to get away with the harpoon. He gets out. Sumail with a chase. A friendly toss from Skeeter, trying to get Snake King out of here. Snake King, once again, tossed over by Skeeter before he blinks away. They got Snake King out. They kept some heroes alive. They got buybacks out of some of Nigma Galaxy. But Nigma Galaxy have control of the pit. They will take this Roshan.
Lornoff canceled his TP. Did not like the position he was going to end up being on the outpost. I think it was a wise call, but it did mean he had to walk out from base. So if he gets Aegis here, Nigma Galaxy are okay with this exchange. They did get double support buyback. That's influential here. You get to give a second life to your sniper. I mean, that's the power of Lina. If he can manfight the sniper, you win that manfight.
Roshan is trying to get to the other side right now, and he's running real fast. They do not let this get away, fortunately. The pit will hold them back. They'll get all the items, because if Roshan managed to make a sprint for the other side, Falcons was lying in wait.
These are big items. You needed second life on the buyback for the sniper. The banner, you need to go high ground. And Refresher Shard. Pretty tempting to leave it for Sumail here for double Reaper. It's solid on Underlord as well. There's good arguments for both. Just depends how you think the fight's going to play out, but I'd see Sumail keeping this.
Finally, the Scotty is done there for Lornoff. He had to hold on for a buyback earlier.
Yes. And we saw that Wind Waker for snaking, a huge item in this game in terms of dodging the Reaper sights. Yes. The sights have been a problem. They don't have a hard save for them.
Okay. What, you got the extra life on the sniper, but are you willing to use it when that sniper doesn't have buyback? If they go high ground, he dies twice. It feels like Nigma Galaxy will lose the game off of that.
Look at this smoke. Proactive from Falcons. They're not going to wait on the high ground. They're going to try and catch Nigma Galaxy off guard. Not expecting
right
this.
Now, trying to get a pick off.
GH have a read of this?
GH has a read. Oh, but it got caught by the avalanche. They toss him up in the air midway through the leap. They got the pick. Not a huge one. Not something that necessarily will change anything about the state of the game.
It's just going to cause Nigma to wait another minute and a half here before doing anything. Omar did finish Refresher as well, so that's a big deal. Now those long fights look a little better for Falcons with double Doom capability. You can pop one early, run somebody down. Maybe you kill the Necrophos, he buys back. You still have a Doom waiting for him again. That can be pretty brutal to play into here. And of course, 60-minute items. Only a couple minutes away here. You think you have the stronger role potential. And wait for it.
Avery, if you're Nigma Galaxy right now.
I don't want to be Nigma Galaxy. That is an incredibly stressful situation.
Would you go high ground with the Aegis, no buyback? Because it is almost 5 minutes with that. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting the Aegis. Do you want a total reset here? You feel better for that?
I think if Nigma Galaxy go high ground now, it will not end well for them. I think triple core buyback being available with Tiny Toss and double Doom defending that position with vision advantage, I think you can kill the sniper twice, and I think that's all they need. I think it's too scary. I think the way you win this game is taking a fight outside of Falcon's base and getting core buybacks. Once core buybacks are down, then you can go for that high ground.
Right, which is why it was so crucial that Falcons in that fight only had to use support buyback.
Yes. I don't think the support buybacks are enough. They don't matter, because the two supports don't have to initiate or do anything. They're just going to sit in the back. You need to find them outside the base. This kind of situation can be
on multiple heroes.
Very good.
Force Zap to get away. Jump onto the Tiny, but they got the AoE Doom. That's locking down the
arrow. Landed.
Through onto the Doom. They do have a Wind Waker. Try and help him out. They are just protecting Sumail for now. And Amar just locked in place. Has to pop his BKB and make it.
Assassinate.
He didn't see that arrow coming. Meanwhile, the assassinate.
Cancel.
Sumail, he jumps toward him. He needs an avalanche from Skeeter, but he can't get away. Sumail cuts him down. The pin almost catching the Doom, but Amar, he gets away.
The Tiny just got melted by the Necrophos. What a clutch arrow. Stun the Doom, full duration. He's getting pelted down. Has to bail on that fight. About to be assassinated, LSA come in and canceled it.
They do have that refresher on Amar. They do have a buyback.
Look at the blink.
Look at Sumail just straight to the high ground. They got the side device initiation. Force down, trying to get Maureen away. He pops a Santana. The Wind Waker to keep him alive. They Santana, can they get him? And he heals. The Scotty slowed down. Another Force down, trying to get him out. And Maureen running. He's back to the fountain. He's good for now. Snaking. Those are gonna die.
The quick cancel.
Hit on Amar.
Oh, he's in trouble.
A bit with the 808 Doom. Lornoff stops him in his tracks. Maureen tries to stop him. Teleporting right on top of him. Another side device. Another initiation. More damage flowing in. Lornoff standing his ground. Maureen, Amar, they're pushed all the way back. Amar got his initiation in. Alongside Skeeter. Maureen, he goes down. They have to do everything to try and kill Lornoff, but they can't.
It's over.
It's over. It's all over. Nigma Galaxy. They managed to get the victory over Falcons and will stay in the upper bracket.
What a win for this team. Pushing it to the exact 60-minute mark. They were not going to wait for neutral items in this one. They were not going to wait for some sort of buyback opportunity. They got the fight.
非常的担心呢，想问一下他自己是怎么看待那场团灭的这个上高失败呢
To be honest, we didn't even flinch. We just said, we have tier 2 Rex, we have 2 glyphs. Don't worry, they could take 1 Rex, we didn't care.
说实话，其实我们都没有一点动摇，我们觉得我们已经破了他们2路了，让我们就算被他们反破1路又怎么样呢？我们不是很在乎啊。
I guess that kind of answers my second question because I know that this is your first time making it to TI playoffs. Last time, your run was actually interrupted by your teammate, Lornoff on Aurora, ended that top 8 run in 2024. What's it like finally being able to be in the booth, on the stage, in this arena in Shanghai?
这是 Divide 他本人在 TI 淘汰赛舞台上的第1个比赛。他之前在2024年，就差一点点就能够突破小组赛了，可是被他的队友 Lornoff 给挡住了。他当时所在的 Aurora 反而是赢得了他们进入了淘汰赛。所以想问一下，他跟 Lornoff 做队友一起来打 TI 是什么样的感受
It's great. The stage, the booths, it's all very, very special. And I'm just around here trying to enjoy it. I'm happy my first series on the main stage was a win.
一切都感觉非常好，我感觉一切都很特殊，我的队友们也很好，我在这里就是尽情享受比赛，享受这里，我感觉这个舞台也很棒。
My last question, we've seen you around the hotel, we saw that you brought your daughter with you. Years from now, when maybe she's a teenager and she's like, oh, my dad's so uncool, I was wondering, do you have a message for her in the future that you'd like to share?
对外这一次来参加比赛，也是携带了他的家属，包括他的小女儿。虽然他的女儿现在可能不知道爸爸在干什么，但是从那边想问他，几年之后，当他的女儿可能在青春期的时候，觉得哦，我的爸爸一点都不酷，然后他有没有什么信息，有没有什么话想要留给女儿？这个时候可以播放出来给他看的呢
I would tell you, try and be happy, follow your dreams. It worked for your dad, so maybe it'll work for you.
我会跟他说，尽量。